Good morning. Welcome to the Southeast Region Virtual Convention. This is Brooks Willig, your host, coming to you from the Hobby Time Workshop in San Angelo, Texas. I've got Peter Bowen here presenting our next clinic. He's been interested in trains since 1961 and an NMRA member since 1975. He built his first scratch-built structure in 1981 and has co-authored 3 books on the Canadian railways from 1982 to 1985. He's the editor of the NMRA British Region Roundhouse magazine since 2017, elected NMRA board on the board of directors, and has designed the new NMRA British Region website from 2019 to 2020. And he's working on his certificate number 7 for the Master Model Railroader. Welcome, Peter.
Good morning, everyone. And I sure hope the weather is good where you are. Here in England, it's doing what it does best. It's raining, but then everything's very green. Thank you, Brooks, for that introduction. So I won't bore you with any more of my introduction, but I did want to ask you a question. What is scratch building? A lot of people ask about this, and it is literally building something from scratch. You're not using a kit or any commercial parts. You try to make everything yourself. If you're going to be building structures and possibly entering them into competition and hoping to get a merit award, ultimately leading to a certificate for structures in the AP program, then you want to be building as much as you can from scratch. Now, starting off here with a structure which I built in 1981. In my younger years, when I could see, this is an HO structure, and it is loaded, and I mean loaded with detail. Every single thing is scratch built. And you get some idea of the amazing amount of detail that you can build into a structure. A smaller structure. Now, it's quite okay to use commercial parts, as in siding, prescribed siding, and wood parts. And if you do use any commercial parts, you have to make a note of those in your submission documents. But the more detail and the more interest you can build into a structure, the better. I wanted to point out here that it looks a bit rough now that I look at it, but these are double hung windows in HO scale. The shingles on the roof, that is construction paper that's been cut into strips and then cut vertically, and then every so often lifted. This was actually my first structure that I ever built. This is built on a fine scale miniatures 2-stall engine house. And I took the kit and started building it. And a chap who was a MMR said to me, "You've obviously got some skills because you can build nice models, but why don't you take that kit and start adding scratch-built features to it? You'll win more points if you add more details." And that's exactly what I started to do. I started to put in as much as I could into this building, including all the tools on all the benches. I actually took a watch and took it apart for the detailed parts. This is a much later structure. This is an O-scale structure of a snow shed, which we'll look at in a little bit more detail as we go along. So one of the first things you need if you're going to start building anything is a plan. You need some form of plan so that you know what the dimensions are and what the thing is going to look like. And you can find all kinds of plans in magazines. This one was from a narrow gauge and shortline Gazette. And even photographs and pictures of other people's buildings. This particular building, I don't have a plan for, but even if you don't have a plan, you can look at a photograph like this and start to scale it, and you can even start to draw your own plans. So here's a photograph of the snow shed, which is actually in British Columbia. And when I was there myself, I took some photos and measurements. And then many, many years later, I drew some plans. And the plan then becomes literally my blueprint for building this structure. Tools for measuring. It's very important that you start to measure things and try to convert them into scale feet. Whether you're working in HO, S, or O, you need to be able to accurately transfer dimensions from a photograph or a plan to what the scale you're actually working in. And my favorite tool is this one. And I'm not really a fan of millimeters and metric, but I've become so because it's so much more accurate for measuring. And you're going to need lots and lots of wood. I particularly like Mount Albert scale lumber because all of the lumber is dimensional lumber. It's very precisely cut and milled, and it is free of knots and grain and fuzzy bits. It's just lovely stuff. However, because I'm in England and this stuff has to be imported and then I have to buy it here, it's very expensive. Yes, you can buy stuff like this on eBay, and you could even find dimensional lumber from different railway societies and train shows. But I found that people that make model aircraft have access to some fantastic stuff. And in particular, there's something called Obeche strip, which is like basswood. It's relatively inexpensive, and it is very, very nice. Has no knots in it, no grain, no imperfections. It's very smooth and very, very nice to work with. As I say, when you start building structures, you're going to need lots of wood. So in the case of building something like a trestle, again, I drew these plans because I didn't have any. Okay, so one of the other things you have to consider is if you're going to paint or stain or weather the wood that you're working with. If you're building something like a trestle or a bridge, it's unlikely that the wood's going to be painted. It's very likely that the wood is going to be untreated and it's going to weather. So what happens when wood weathers? If you look at everyday structures and things, you'll see how wood behaves when it's subjected to weather and time. And you can see that untreated wood actually turns gray, and silver. So how do we replicate that? Well, my favorite method is to use shoe dye and alcohol, IPA alcohol. And this is readily available, or at least it was readily available before the coronavirus thing kicked off, and everyone started buying this stuff to use as a disinfectant. You used to be able to buy it from places like nail and beauty supply distributors, and you still can, but the price has gone silly. So you're going to take something like building a trestle, and you're going to start to cut all of the components that you're going to need to build that trestle. And then go and grab an aluminum foil tray from the kitchen. Don't let your wife know that you're going to use it and you're going to destroy it. And you mix up a solution of IPA and shoe dye and start pickling, soaking, staining your wood pieces. And as you can see, every piece has a slightly different amount of absorption that's inherent in the wood itself. And the nice thing is that you're going to get an ununiform array of different colored pieces of wood. And that's perfect for our purposes. Because what we want to end up with is a selection of wood pieces that are not all the same color, that are different. And as they start to dry, they turn these lovely silvery gray colors. In the case of a trestle, you're going to need sort of close to 600-800 ties. So what do they look like when you start to put these pieces together? And this is just to try to see what the color variations are and what it looks like. Now, cutting wood, you can use X-Acto blades and utility knives. I like using the chopper because I can make accurate cuts. And I use a piece of styrene on the base and a series of forms. So I can start to cut angles, and I even modified my chopper so I can cut larger pieces. You can also use a razor saw and a miter, but to get accurate, precise joints is really the key. And I found using a small sander, I can, after I've made my cuts, I then sand those cut surfaces. And again, I'm using my jigs to cut precise angles. In the case of this is a rafter support for a structure where I needed to make hundreds of the same cut angle on a piece of wood. So what that is. No idea what that sound is. Some kind of interference.
But yes, it's coming from Speed's mic. He came back into the room here. So.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think we're good now. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay to continue? Okay.
Yes, go ahead and continue.
Okay. That was the That was the Martians landing in my back garden. Sorry about that. Okay, so using a sander to sand all of those cut surfaces will ensure that when you start to assemble, it all starts to look very good. Quickly, just touching on glues, there's all kinds of different glues for different applications. My favorite is to use, I think, what you commonly call PVA glue, white glue. It just works. And of course, there's all kinds of ACC glues as well. They all have different applications. Okay, so going back to assembling, I like to work from plans. I like to lay a plan down on a piece of homosote, and then using pins, I like to actually start to construct the structure on top of a paper plan. I just find this method works very well, and it gives me a constant reference lines to work within. And you can start to see where you're dry fitting pieces, and you start to see inaccuracies in your cuts and your sanding, and a couple of the angles are not quite right. And if you're going to the trouble of making something that's going to be perfect, and you're going to enter it into a competition, and the judge is going to look at this and say, oops, that doesn't look right, minus a point. I don't want that to happen. I want to make sure that all of my parts fit perfectly. And this is actually the plan of the snow shed. And as you can see, I pin everything. I then use white glue and clamp it using my favorite measuring device to measure and ensure that I've got consistent measurements. This is the structure of the trestle that I was going to make, and you can start to see the white wood are pieces which will not be in the finished model. They're just for spacers, and they'll be taken out afterwards. Dry fitting a lot of things just to make sure you've got the spacing and the dimensions correct. Cutting lots and lots of spacers. Oh, by the way, the trestle is built in O scale, using a very small amount of white PVA glue and clamping it. And it's amazing how strong that joint becomes. Once it's set up and dry, it is incredibly strong. This was just to get an idea of scale. A trestle bent for instance, is huge in comparison to a figure, a man. And in comparison, the locomotives are also huge. Using all kinds of clamps to hold pieces while the glue dries. Typically, when you're working with wood, you're going to be assembling and gluing two pieces of wood together using the white PVA glue and clamps, and then just leaving it for hours, 6-8 hours to dry. And once it's dry, it's solid. It's really stuck. Using all kinds of weights to hold pieces in place. So here we can see structure's still starting to come together, and it's again using weights and clamps while the glue dries. In this instance, I actually used ACC to affix the bents to the underside of the bridge. I found the ACC creates an incredibly strong bond instantly, versus the white PVA glue just takes longer to dry. But you can see it, how it's starting to come together. There's an enormous amount of wood. And the overall effect is it starts to look quite realistic. So if you start to think of a large structure like a trestle, it's really only a series of small sub-assemblies. And to create a sub-assembly, it's a couple of hours work. To create an entire structure is several months work. So if you start to break it down into smaller pieces, it's easier to manage. And I find that it's more rewarding when you start to build something a small piece at a time. You start to see the efforts, the rewards of your efforts. Details. While you're building, think about all those details. The more details you can build in, the better. And while you're assembling these sub-assemblies, you start to devise all kinds of clever methods of holding something in place while it's gluing. I'm not really a big fan of using jigs. I know a lot of people do. I tried to make some jigs when I was building the trestle. And again, I just like to build onto plans. But you will need lots of clamps. And then you can buy these at a dollar store or a pound store if you live in England. And weights, lots of weights. I actually went to a machine shop and asked them if they had any offcuts of mild steel. And they said, well, what do you want them for? And I said, well, I'm building some structures, some small structures, and I wanted to use them for weights. Anyway, they cut all these up for me, and I was very happy. Engineers' squares, again, they're very, very accurate, and they're dead square. Like I said, loads and loads of clamps. You can never have too many clamps. And a lot of the small pieces of wood which have the white ends, they're actually just spacers. They're not there for, that's not the finished structure. They're just spacing, holding things in place, and while the glue is setting up. Ingenious ways of holding something in place. So, details. It's the details which make the model come to life. And if you start, again, if you start to look at things in real life, what does wood look like? Untreated wood. And what happens to metal as it ages and rusts? And you start to get some idea of, so if I could replicate that, then it would be real. And if I can use a photograph like this as a reference point and attach that to my submission for my statement of qualifications when I'm entering a structure and say that I actually looked at this is what a nut and bolt actually looks like. Spikes, the case of spiking down the rail to the ties on the trestle. Painting nut bolt washer castings and applying them. Using a pin vise with a small drill bit. Each one is individually drilled, and then each nut bolt washer casting is then applied. It seems like a lot of work, but the result is it starts to look quite realistic. How do you simulate nail holes? You can use colored pencils. And again, don't use all the same color. Try to vary the color. So what you're trying to replicate is you're trying to replicate the effect of boards that are nailed and what happens to those nails in those boards. They're going to rust and weather. So here's a prime example of something which is in need of weathering. So going back to the coaling station, which I built many years ago, you can start to see all of the little detail bits that have been added in. And it's all those little bits that the judges are looking for. They're looking for how you've been able to replicate something that is real in a model form. Now, all of this was scratch built. The only things that, of course, aren't scratch built are the chains, the various bits of wire, etc. The nut bolt washer castings on this model, I actually made myself. I made a mold, a latex mold, and then used a product used in the auto body business, which is a liquid, almost like a liquid metal. The corrugated roofing is aluminum foil that has been made on a form made out of strip wood and then pressed into place. The finishing touches. I am a big fan of using pan pastels. Elsewhere on YouTube, there's a clinic which I did for NMRAX on how to weather locomotives in 5 minutes using pan pastels. I also like to use these weathering chalks that the military modelers use. they're very fine and they're great for little touch-ups. In the case of a piece of wood that's been cut, it needs to be treated. Just dab a little of the military pastel stuff and it turns it. I also use Vallejo paints. They're acrylic, water soluble, and they come in a range of very good colors. And I like them because the pigments in them are consistent. You can also use them in an airbrush, and they airbrush beautifully. Vallejo also makes a modeling wash for rust. It's very thin liquid, which is great because you can build up layers of it to simulate rust running down a surface. And I thought I would include this because this was taken in 1982 when I had hair, and obviously I was a lot younger. I did get a Merit Award in 1982, and that was a great achievement for me. The coaling structure took 9 months to build, and I learned an enormous amount. And then in 2016, I finally got my certificate for structures. So there we go. I hope you've got some questions.
How do you think? Sorry, kind of caught me off guard there. So yeah, we've got a few questions there, Peter. Our first question would be: how long would you pickle the wood as a general rule? Like how long would it be in the bath, or leave it soak for?
Anywhere from a couple of minutes to 10, 15 minutes, depending. It's really a matter of experimentation, depending on how what your solution actually is. There's no sort of formula of how much shoe dye to alcohol. So it's always good just to take a piece of wood and test it. Leave it in there for a minute, take it out, and then see how dark or how light it is, and then go from there. So it's very much a sort of a trial and error process.
Well, and I've learned that the wood reacts different. Pieces of wood can react differently to the way you're staining them, right?
That's correct. It all depends on the porosity of that piece of wood, and they're all different.
How many times would you soak them in? Soak the pieces, multiple times to get different shades?
Yes, if you're doing a batch and when they dry they look too light, yes, stick them in again.
Okay.
You can always make them darker, but you can never make them lighter.
Right. So while watching your presentation, I noticed the sheet metal roofing that you had, and I had a question about it, and I had another one in the chat. They were asking how you weather your sheet metal roof, and I noticed that it had rust. It looked like it was rusted out, so I was very interested in knowing that. So tell us about how you do that.
Well, first of all, I used an aluminum foil that's very thick. And I believe the stuff that you can buy at Costco is, for some reason, is very thick foil. And that's the stuff you need, because when you start to distress it, and when I say distress it, I take a toothpick and actually poke holes into it to actually try to simulate rust that's gone through it. So you're distressing it and breaking it up before you actually start to paint it. So when you come to apply paint to it, the first thing you can do is you can apply a flat sort of gray color. Because if you look at galvanized roofing that's aged, it's got that kind of gray, chalky look to it. And then where it started to rust, where the galvanized has worn off, it starts to rust. You get various tones of rust color. And that's what you're trying to achieve. You're trying to achieve that ununiform look, the same as you are with the wood. Everything, if you were just to paint it one color, it would just look wrong. It would look totally wrong. I always say you've got to go outside and look at the real world and look at things and take pictures of things to see the effects of weather and rust and age, and then try to replicate that with paint. That's what you're really trying to do.
Cool. So how long does it take you to typically build one of those structures? Do you just spend mostly nights working on it, and how many weeks does it take you to do one?
It's it really is a labor of love. It's definitely a winter project. It's the sort of thing that you do once you set up. You personally, I spend a couple of hours in an evening, if my wife will let me, and it's just over time. I couldn't sit down, for instance, at the table and spend all weekend to building a structure. That would do my head in. It's something which I think it's a bit like painting a picture. You do a bit and you walk away from it, and then you come back to it. Anyway, that's how I.
Okay. How do you go about picking what you want to model? And picking the next one after you finished one.
Well, I think again, now we've got things like Facebook, where you start to see other people's handiwork, and you take screenshots of things, and you start to you find something which you like, and you say, "Oh, you know what? I like that. I like that structure." Now, is it a kit? It might be a kit, or it might be something which actually I think I could build that. What would I need? So you start. Many years ago, I used to carry around a stick. It was a yardstick that was painted every 12 inches. It was black or white, black. So it was one side was black, white, black, and the other side was white, black, white. And I would take that yardstick and I would put it against a structure, a building, and then take a picture of it. And then I would scale using that yardstick as the measuring device. Those were in the days of cameras with film. These days, everyone's got a mobile camera built into their phones, so it makes the whole process simple.
Cool. When you're picking models, are you mainly picking models for your railroad right now, or just building them and doing dioramas with them, or just as standalone structures?
Many years ago, I was just building structures as I found things which I liked. Now I'm starting to build structures that fit into my layout. And when I say my layout is a series of modules. Living in England, we don't have we don't have basements for model railroad empires. We've got very small rooms, A lot of people here are building modules, and a module is essentially something like 18 inches wide by 36 inches long. Fremo modules are very big in this country, and building structures to fit those small modules, for me, that's where I'm at right now.
Cool.
So I've got an O-scale snow shed and an O-scale trestle, which essentially I can't use, but I built them because I wanted to, because I was interested, but
yeah.
I don't have a layout or anything to put them on.
Okay.
In fact, quite a few years ago, I built an O-scale structure of the Pro Patria mine in Rico, Colorado. And this thing was huge. And it was built over 2 winters. And I took it to an NMRA convention, and I got a merit award, which is what I was after. And then I went to a train show the next day, and I had it on show as a model, and I put a little for sale sign on it. And a gentleman came up to me and said, "I really like your structure. How much do you want for it?" And I said, "Well, let me ask you something. Do you have a place for it on your layout?" He says, "Well, actually, I do. I've got an O scale, an ON30 layout in my loft, and I've got a place for it in the corner." So I said, "Okay, I'll tell you what, it's yours. On one condition, you take it home." And he came up with a friend from London, and the two of them struggled to get it in the back of a hatchback. And then he sent me some photos of it on his layout. It was of no use to me because I had no place to put it.
Right.
But I had the enjoyment and pleasure of building it.
Cool. Do you primarily model in O scale, or do you do any other scales as well?
I started in N scale, and then went to HO, and then went to ON2, and then I had a garden railway. And then when I came back to England, I started up again in HO and built HO modules, Fremo modules. But my real love is narrow gauge. Now I've gone back to ON30.
Cool. You've run the gamut on the scales then.
Yes, I sure have.
So after doing all those, what's your favorite scale that you've done?
I would have to say, as you get older and the eyesight starts to go, and trying to see things, O scale is for me is the way to go right now, because
Yeah.
I can see it. I like building. The only downside with O scale is it's essentially it's twice as big as HO,
Mhm.
but 4 times the volume. So it's huge.
Yeah, but the O scale really lends itself into being very detailed, and so you can do
That's right. Yes.
when you're doing these scratch built structures, especially if you're working on your master model railroad certificate, the O scale's great because you can just do all the detail work, not struggling with it there. So
That's true.
yeah,
Yes, you
yeah,
can pack in lots of detail, but
yeah.
of course the downside to that is there's nowhere to hide.
Right. Yeah. It forces
So
you to be a better modeler then. So
that's
of
right.
course that's the point of the AP is, to help value it, and that's why a lot of people do it. So
Well,
cool.
I think the great thing about the AP program is um, it forces you to build
Hmm.
and to learn and become better at it.
Right.
A good friend of mine, Alan Capp, who is the president of the European region, he he achieved his MMR, and then he said, "Okay, now I've done the 7 certificates. Now I'm going to continue and do all the other ones which I didn't work on, which I think is a wonderful thing. You know, it doesn't stop at the 7th certificate, which is, I think, the great thing about the AP. It just continues on. And then, of course, all these skills that we now have, we can now share them with everyone else. And if I can motivate somebody watching this clinic to go and give it a try, then I've achieved something.
Cool. I got one more question for you that came in from the chat. They were asking how, if you built the tool for doing the roofing material, the sheet metal roofing, or did you buy that, and where could you get a tool like that?
I made the form myself.
Okay.
I have since seen, for larger scales, there's a crimping tool where you can actually, it's like 2 rollers, and you can pass material through and it will crimp it. But I don't think it might be O scale, but it might be a bit bigger. But I made my own. I used round rods and laid them down, and then took the foil over the top and pressed it in between the form rods, which formed the corrugations.
Cool. Well, very interesting. So I think that'll put a wrap to this clinic right now. So, Peter, thank you for coming in and sharing your scratch building skills with us. So next, we're going to have our next clinic up from Nick. And Speed, do you have anything to add for us here before we take away?
No, I just want to say thank you, Peter, for an awesome clinic.
Excellent. Thank you very much, guys.
All right. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Welcome back to the Southeast Region NMRA Southeast Region Virtual Convention. Well, we're in room 3. We got 3 rooms going on today, and in this room, we're going to welcome Nick Santo. Nick was born in Bennington, Vermont, and residing on Depot Street. He acquired his first train set by the age of 5. Trains, big and small, have been a favorite part of Nick's life, including train sets, model railroad, and a brief stint as a student conductor and student engineer. He is now enjoying retirement. He models the Vermont Railway and produces the Decoder Buddy for model locomotives. So, Nick, welcome, and please share with us what you have.
Well, good morning. I want to thank you for allowing me to be with you this morning, and I hope we can keep people awake for the next hour. What I'd like to do this morning is just talk to you about decoder installations. It can be intimidating at first to think about doing it, tearing one of your favorite or hopefully one of your least favorite locomotives apart to begin with. The important part to remember is that you probably won't break anything. Most of the stuff is that you can do to a locomotive on the way is fixable, and it can be a lot of fun. I'm told that if you want to ask any questions, go ahead. I think you type them in, and I think Speed or Gordon will ask me the questions at some point in time. I'm more than pleased to answer questions. So what this is going to be is an overview, more of an intellectual thinking thing, an initial thinking thing to get you over that first hump. What am I going to be doing here? So let's get this thing going. The basics of DCC are pretty straightforward. Like in direct current operations where you turn on the transformer and all the locomotives work at once, DCC carries both power and a signal. The decoder changes power to usable power, which is usable by the motor, and it also uses power for other functions. The decoder controls these functions, and there are 3 general types of functions and then some ancillary functions. The first and probably most important function is the motor. Decoders now have great motor control and can move the motors in either direction at any speed. You can match the speeds of locomotives, which is very nice if you want to do consisting. Another function would be sound. The sound that are recorded can be played on a decoder. And then the thing that really got me into DCC and further adventures were lights. You can turn on headlights, turn off headlights, turn on number boards. People are thinking about class lights now. You can get step lights and ditch lights, which are really tiny, really fine details for your locomotives. And miscellaneous things would be smoke. The Europeans are big into servos. They open doors and close doors on passenger cars. We haven't got an awful lot of application for servos, although I've seen servos that raise and lower pantographs for electric locomotives. Let's think about the motor functions for a minute. Motors are made for direct current only. That allows them to go one direction or the other direction. 2 wires from the decoder are connected to the motor in general. One of the things I've noticed is that the wires come from the motor have a 50% chance of being color coded the same way from any particular manufacturer. So when you're looking for the motor wires, you might have a red wire, you might have a red wire and a black wire, an orange wire and a gray wire. You might have two black wires or two other color wires. So the the probability of finding the direction from the way you connect or solder the wires to the decoder are kind of a 50-50 chance. You either get it right the first time and don't do any more, you get it wrong, change the two motors over. It's not a big deal. Isolation is critical in an upgrade from, say, an old blue box or other older locomotives that came out of the 70s and 80s in particular. Nobody'd heard of decoders yet, so one of the methods of getting track voltage to the motor was just by mounting the motor to the frame and having the frame connect to one side of the track wheels. And the other side of the track wheels usually came up with wires or other metal fittings and ended up on the other side of the motor. In terms of sound, speakers translate electricity to sound. They're electrically polar. It's important to know the polarity of speakers, whether you're hooking them up in series or parallel. Speakers generally are marked either with a plus and a minus sign or a red dot, maybe on the positive side. And when you're hitching them up in parallel, you want to go from the source to the black or the red side. It makes no difference. Out of the other side, let's for example go black into the speaker, red out of the speaker, and red out of that speaker into the next speaker, the black side, and then out of the red side again to the source. So that would be in series. If you're doing it in parallel, you take the two lines and go from the source to the red side of one speaker to the red side of the other speaker, and the same on the other side, the source to the black side to the black side, and that's in parallel. And when you do series, you're going to double the amount of impedance, which is really a resistance. So if you increase the resistance, you're going to need more power. You have more ohms. Say you have two 8-ohm speakers, you've gone to 16 ohms. If you put them in series, then I'm sorry. If you put them in parallel, then you cut the resistance. So if you have two 8-ohm speakers, you end up with 4 ohms. It's important to a certain degree to know that. I haven't worried about it too much. A lot of times I'll use just one speaker, and at that point it's very easy. If you do happen to use two speakers, and some people are even using 3 speakers and 4 speakers in their locomotives now, you have to be careful not to get too much resistance or too little resistance. The people that manufacture your decoder will have a specification sheet and say which is the best resistance for your speakers. Lights are another issue. Bulbs or lamps are not polar. You can hitch a red wire or a black wire to either the red terminal or the black terminal. Lamps generally don't last as long as LEDs. LEDs are polar. And what I'm saying there and what the LED wants is it wants the positive current to go into one side and the negative current to go in the other side. I found a best way to work with polarity is to get a battery. I like a 9-volt battery. Some people use a small double A battery for 1.5 volts. I like a 9-volt battery, and I have a clip that goes on the top, and I come out of the clip, go into 1K resistor, and I just touch the both leads of the LED. If it lights up, that's great. If it doesn't, I know to change sides, and it should light up the other way. I'm soldering 0201 surface mount LEDs, and it's easiest for me to do the soldering and worry about the polarity later. And that's the way I do it. I don't put it on a battery. I happen to put it on a power source, a DC power source, which is very handy. Both the LEDs and bulbs require a certain amount of current to light. A lot of the old bulbs were somewhere around 40 milliamps, maybe 30 milliamps. LEDs run from 5 to 20 milliamps. If you add too much current, which can also be voltage, which is voltage related also, then they'll fail, and you're responsible for the well-being of all the resistors by the amount of current they're happy with. If you feed them too much, they'll get fat and blow up. Good firecrackers. Those the specifications or the amount of current either a bulb or an LED will be able to deal with should come with the bulbs. Miniatronics, I think, lists that either on their website or probably on the package, and LEDs will be the same. There are two types of stay alives. I didn't mention that before. Stay alive is a capacitor, and if you have locomotives and dirty track, I think you'll find that DCC is a lot more critical of the cleanliness of your track. Although on my first layouts, I had a track cleaning car, a Lionel track cleaning car with a liquid and a pad that went around on the track and cleaned the track. Now I'm a lot more particular with the cleanliness of my track, and I reworked all my switches so that the frogs work properly. A way around that is to use a capacitor that allows the locomotive to keep running after it loses electricity from the track. It won't stay running forever, and it depends upon the size of the capacitor how long it'll run, from a half a second out to a couple, 3/4, some even 15 seconds if you get a big enough capacitor. I'm not sure that's a good idea if you've got a place where it can go off the end of the layout, unless you're close to it when the power gives up, because you also lose the signal. You can't talk to the locomotive when it's running just on the stay alive. You can't say stop. There are a couple types of stay alives. The major manufacturers either use a 2-wire stay alive and have their own proprietary names for those. The 2-wire is just the positive and negative side of a capacitor. You can make them. You can buy them ready-made. It's a nice option if you have trains that don't go through frogs nicely or switches nicely, or you have troubles with keeping your layout clean. If it's in a cellar or a place where there's a lot of dust, that can be an issue. Power packs are an ESU development. it turns what a power pack has is a third wire, and the third wire goes to your decoder and allows you to turn it on and off, essentially. And that allows, when you turn it off, it allows you to program the decoder, the upper parts of the decoder memory. When you turn it on, then you can program, say it's engine number or some of the lower level functions. The thing you want to watch out for with the power pack and ESU is there are issues in terms of using anyone else's stay alive to keep those decoders alive. That's all I'm going to say about that for now. I think if you're going to mix ESU sound decoders with stay alives, you should do some digging, a little bit of reading, and figure out what needs to be done. The other things we mentioned were servos. Certainly, raise and lower pantographs or anything you want to put a motor on in the locomotive can be controlled by a function button on your handheld, on your throttle, and that's very straightforward. As is smoke. There are a number of smoke options that you can use. It can be tied to chuff on a steam locomotive, so that puffs of smoke come out of the decoder each time the chuff sounds. I've even seen smoke generators in some diesel locomotives, albeit white smoke, not the black smoke like a good old Elco, but smoke from diesel locomotives anyway. Let's think about function outputs for a minute. Function outputs, the decoder manufacturers will talk about their function outputs. They all have their different ways of calling them, just like people have different names. They have different names for to label their outputs. A lot of them call function 0 in front and function 0 in rear, but how they name the rest of those is up for grabs. Our organization, the NNRA, didn't specify the nomenclature on higher outputs. Not a big deal. That's all documented with each decoder, I'm sure. The two types of function outputs come in 12 volts, or roughly 12 volts, and logic is at 5 volts. So if they say, if a decoder manufacturer says, we've got 4 lighting outputs and maybe 4 more logic outputs, you'll be able to use the lighting outputs for LEDs or bulbs or whatever you want to use, and a logic output would be more for turning on and off your stay alive, or turning on and off your smoke, or turning on and off a servo. It's at a lower voltage. The voltage isn't well suited for lighting. Other voltages may be available on various decoders directly or by switching. A switch. I can't say any particular decoder manufacturer that does that, but I know it happens. What I've got here is kind of a block diagram. It kind of represents a locomotive. Here's your track. Excuse me, that cursor will shake around at you and wave at you. Here are your 2 tracks going back and forth. This line and this line come from one track and the other track, this line and this line come from the same track. When you're wiring your locomotive, you want to be sure that you don't cross these two lines. You want to be very careful of the wires that are coming up through from the trucks, so that you when you tie them together, you don't short across your tracks. In DC, it would be like putting a quarter or a piece of copper wire across the two tracks. It would just, if you tied this wire and this wire, it would be a short circuit. This is essentially the motor that we talked about, with a red wire and a black wire. And I still don't know which way that locomotive is going to go by the red wire and black wire. It all depends upon the way the installer installed it across the ocean. These are 3 Atlas locomotives. I just wanted to show you here that there are what the basic wires are. The one on the bottom is an original Atlas, but not an original Atlas. There were Rocos before this. This is the first one with a dual mode decoder that's been pulled off. You can see those are the 2 standoffs that hold the decoder. This is the motor from one truck, the wire from the other truck. I'm sorry, the wires from either truck. This is a wire from one of the trucks, and just barely see the other wire. And then the two motor wires. I believe at one time there were capacitors across that. The capacitors are there to keep the noise down. The FCC and other organizations specify how much noise a motor can make. If you're wicked old like me, the television used to go absolutely crazy when my father was using his electric drill in the cellar. So the manufacturers and the people at the communications in the communications industry got together and said, we've got to cut this noise down so that you're not racing the devil with the guy next door's television when you run your vacuum cleaner. So to be honest with you, I've cut these off. The manufacturers now say cut them off, and we don't run the television, so I don't worry about it. Again, you got 2 wires coming off the front and the back. This is the middle range Atlas QSI with the decoder that fit in here. You can see the 4 holes that hold it, and the 2 motor wires. And then on this one, you've also got speaker wires. You've got a pair of speakers in this one, and you can see the black wire coming around from one side to the other and getting tied to this speaker, and then a red and a black wire coming out that'll go into the decoder. This is the new version of Atlas. A speaker, an oval speaker, or whatever you decide for a speaker can go in here. This one happens to have a red wire and a black wire from the trucks, and a red wire and a black wire from the trucks again. That will be constant. It keeps the wheels on this side in black and the wheels on the far side in red, so that you don't cross them when you're soldering them to your decoder. The 2 motor wires are here, and of course there are no speaker wires on this one. It pretty much covers the 3 versions of Atlas. Some of the other versions, this is an old proto application. You can see the light that came off the top here. I've set it up again to be available. The 2 track wires are connected here, and the 2 track wires are connected here. Doesn't look like, well, yeah, I guess the motor wires, although you can't see them coming up from the bottom, are connected here. This is a DC light board. You can see that the size of the DCC decoder can be much smaller, and actually the decoder fits on these 21 pins on this decoder. This is a decoder. Actually, it's a decoder buddy. It's my product sitting in a Proto 1000 RSD2. That's a pretty small locomotive. When you wanted to put speakers in this, they'd probably be sugar cube or small speakers, but I think that could be a very nice installation. The stay alives would go to U plus and ground. Your blue wire would go to U plus. Your black wire would go to ground. And if you had a white wire on an ESU, you could tack it onto the 21 pin connector and pin 1 or pin 6. That's a little bit of a tight soldering job, but it's very doable. Here you got your 2 motor leads connected, and on this particular installation, you can put your blue wire on either one of these 2 bars, or your red wire on either of these 2 bars, and each one of those 8 separated pads is where you can tack a lighting output. So you have front lights, rear lights, ditch lights, or whatever you want. This is my favorite railway. This is where I spent a little bit of time as a student engineer and student conductor. And my model railroad is Vermont Railway. I'm slowly building up having each of their locomotives. It's hard to keep up with them because now I've got some that they've sold and they're always buying new ones. So that's a constant battle. This is an Athearn blue box, and the motor is tied to the frame. And on the other side, where the power comes up through, is along this metal path and down into the truck again. And the metal on top of the motor, we'll see it in a second, has its second connection. So if you get into something like this, it's going to be a little bit more involved to get the DCC power up from your tracks into the motor. If the DCC power goes directly into the motor and back into the decoder, then you and I aren't going to be happy. It'll burn up the decoder very quickly. So what I've done here is I've taken out the motor. You can see the four motor mounts that sit 1, 2, 3, 4 there. So it's upside down. It's on its back with its 2 feet in the air. We got to cut its 2 feet off. Those 2 tabs push onto the frame. And out the bronze clip. And notice here there's a spring. The smaller the part, the better the chances of it wanting to disappear. So when you use your screwdriver very carefully with your thumb and maybe even do it in a plastic bag, you don't lose that spring. And on the bottom side of that spring is the carbon brush that rubs on the commuter and causes the motor to work. So be careful when you pop the spring off. What I'll do next is I cut those tabs off completely, and file that down a little bit so there's less chance of it shorting against the frame. here you can see where that rubbed against the frame. For the power on the other side, the older way of thinking about getting power up through was to just use the frame, just like they Athearn did in the beginning, and for DC that worked well, and for non-sound DCC it worked well too. I used NCE decoders in my blue box, my initial blue boxes, and it worked. It worked well. I had no problem with them. The newer way will be, let's go back a second. This frame is made of a material that's particularly hard to solder to. There's a special flux you can buy to do it. What I've done is I've drilled. I've used a number 50 drill and then tapped it for 256 screw, and this is a screw that an iron screw that will be able to be soldered to very easily, so that I can attach to the wire right to the frame. The new wisdom is to take some very flexible stranded wire, and down on the truck, on this side of the truck, there's a place where it's very easy to solder. You have to learn how to take the gearbox apart, which is no big deal. After you take the gearbox apart, the truck frames will separate. And you can find a good spot to solder to in there. And I like the Miniatronics wire. I forget its part number. It's very flexible, and it's thick enough to carry the current from the trucks up to the decoder. And so that's what I use for that side. And I've stuck with the Athearn metal part. What I'll do, or what you'll see here in a second, let's try the next slide, is I've taken 2 wires and just soldered to that. This one you can use also, so that you can have really 3 wires to this side of the trucks. I didn't do that on this particular set of pictures. So you have the wires that are on that side of each truck. In terms of continuity, it's nice. Yes, you could get away with a wire on one truck and not on the other truck. But if you're going through a frog on your layout with the larger locomotives, if you're really short locomotives like an old Athearn Hustler, it's probably going to get hung up and need to stay alive. But this one will probably go through most problematic frogs pretty easily, with both trucks electrified. So where are we here now? You need a couple wires, or a wire from each side of the track. Here you've got the one side wire, and here you've got the other side wires. You've got a motor that's all ready to go back with 2 wires out to the decoder. You can see just barely where I've soldered both of those wires to the clip that came off the bottom, and the clip that's on the top. So now I've got a pretty much completely isolated motor. What I'm going to do is I'll take a piece of Kapton tape, one of the few times I'll use black tape. Black tape would be okay in this instant. Just some sort of an insulation above this bare metal right here will keep you running well. The screws are going up into plastic, so that's isolating the motor when you put the screws back in the frame. So this is pretty much ready to put back together again. This is a new Athearn Genesis. It has TCU or TSU Soundtracks decoder in it. I can't let George hear this. I started out with Matt, and we've been drinking buddies ever since then. So, I conventional wisdom is don't mix decoders, and I think it's good. Consisting, putting bunches of locomotives together work really well if you stay with one decoder. If you start mixing decoders, they're just a little bit different, and it'll probably cause you more trouble than what it's worth. These are plastic clips that all the manufacturers are using to attach their decoders to the functions and the motor and the track. They'll work. They'll work for a while. If it were up to me, and I was going to keep that same decoder, for the time it would take to solder, to pull those plastic clips and solder those wires to the decoder, would be well worth the effort. I'm going to be playing with that locomotive for the rest of my life. Somebody asked me if I'd lived in Vermont all my life, and I usually tell them not yet. But I don't know how much time I've got left, so it's going to be a couple years. I don't want any problems with the plastic connectors. The in a conversion, when I'm taking it over, those will all come off, and it just gives you an idea of the wiring inside a locomotive. And still, the same thing is happening here. You can see the black wire from the new open frame Athearn engine. You can see the two wires from the front track, from the front and rear track side, and then all the wires that are going out to each of the. I believe this started out with bulbs, and I this one I had to. I took the time to change over to LEDs. This is what it looked like afterwards. It's again, you've got your wires coming out of the tracks, and you've got your motor wires here pretty well. You can see those pretty easily in this pair of speaker wires. So it only has one speaker, so you got one red and one black, and it doesn't make any difference which side of the decoder it goes into, and then the mass of wires on the front are in the shell. Most locomotives now will have all the wires up in the shell. What I've done for this one is on my locomotive, I've taken that little step light and changed it for a working step light, and there are ground lights here somewhere. That's the ground light right there. Even that one can get. Even those lights will go up through the shell. So the shell can be completely separated. What I found is that's pretty much true across the board. Not 100%. Sometimes you want to go down through a frame and put a light in. Excuse me. I'm going to poke the decoder buddy for myself. There's a board that comes with this, and all your lighting functions up here get attached to that board, and that fits onto the pins for lighting functions. The Alec Herman had this. I believe it's. I know it's a brass locomotive. I don't know what brand it is, and I saw this white wire coming across, and hitched to the decoder buddy, and essentially you got the same thing. You've got wires coming up from the trucks. You got wires going into the motor, and this is a power pack with a third wire, and that's wired. Those are all connected into the subboard, and this is a 21 pin decoder. It happens to be ESU. Soundtrax makes 21 pin decoders, as does Digitrax. TCS and NCE all make 21 pin decoders that'll fit into this, into this, and that's where the lighting board sits. General decoder block diagram. Here are the wires that get combined and go into, this is a decoder, any kind of decoder. It's just an idea of what's happening. You got your two wires coming out for the motor. I haven't made much difference in the wires going out to the speaker because they're not polar. And then you have wires, generally a blue wire that doesn't show up. Blue is usually positive and common. The rest are negative and function related. Most locomotives, if you buy a decoder with wires on it, the NMRA says that the front headlight should be white, the rear headlight should be yellow, and any other functions are colored, and it really doesn't make any difference which color you're using. Most manufacturers in the decoder will allow you to choose which wire does what, so that you can turn on the front headlights independently of the rear headlights, or when you change the direction of the locomotive, the lights will change or can change. Ditch lights or whatever lights can be turned on and off, and that's all relative to these wires here. Now you want to connect the wires. I call that connecting the dots. Soldering, I think, is probably the very best way to connect wires to your decoder and connect out wires in your locomotive. As long as your soldering techniques are good, that should be a very good way to do business. It should last longer than you and I put together. Gold-to-gold connectors are very reliable. Some people are a little bit reluctant to use them. I've never had any trouble with gold-to-gold connectors. When you're doing an installation, neatness is very important. If you've got wires going all over, it's a rat's nest. When you want to put the shell back on the frame, it's tough enough when it's neat, but if it's not neat and you clip a wire and the wire goes down and meets the frame somehow, you'll burn your decoder up very easily. The neater the installation, the better your chances of success are. I cut off all the excess wire I can. It should be avoided, again, for pinching when you put the shell on the frame. That's very important consideration. Kapton tape is something new in the last couple years. The locomotive manufacturers started using it in their installations, and it's just very high temperature tape. Electrical tape, the black electrical tape has an adhesive that over time is more liquid than not, and it'll start to flow and cause insulation problems is what it causes. It's an insulating tape, and it has an insulating adhesive, and the adhesive just doesn't seem to stay where it's put over time. I'd avoid black electrical tape at all costs. Kapton tape is not cheap. One roll will probably last you the rest of your life, or longer, and maybe your offsprings and their offsprings will get to use a little bit of it too. It'll keep its integrity. The adhesive that they use on it is good, and it's high temperature. It'll hold up to anything that we'll see inside a locomotive. It's just very good stuff. Heat shrink tubing is very good for insulation also. If you've got two wires that are coming together, to use a little bit of heat shrink, or if you've got a bunch of wires coming together, to use heat shrink is a good idea. George Bogatuk has shown us that it also makes a good way to route wire. Heat shrink is amenable to super glue, cyanoacrylate glue, and can be used without shrinking it. You just take a small section of it, glue it to the inside of your shell on your locomotive, and you have a way to route your wires through it. Then you thread your wires through the heat shrink tubing, and you can separate them. All the black wires and all the red wires maybe, or you can have groups of wires going through your locomotive, and they all stay nicely separated that way. And also also they stay up in the frame that way, or up in the shell or on the frame, but they'll stay put in the shell, so they're not getting pinched when you put the shell and the frame together. Another way to do the same thing is with automotive silicone RTV adhesives and sealants. Rubber cement is good. CA is good. Walther's glue is a good adhesive. I favor Walther's glue. It's quick. You put just a dab of it on the shell, and then put a dab of it on the piece of wire that you want to route, and count 3 and push them both together, and the wire will stay there. There's no thickness to it to speak of, and it's a fast way to do it. I got to tell you that George's way with the heat shrink looks nicer after you get a whole bunch of dots of goo inside of your shell, and it doesn't necessarily look great. It's a nice way to do business. But on the other hand, when you put the shell on the frame, you don't see the adhesive anymore, and wires stay out of the way, and that's another way to do business. What's the hardest step of all this? Believe it or not, it's removing the shell. I read the forums quite a little bit, and about every week and a half, somebody will come out and say, "How the heck can I get the shell off my locomotive? It's a X brand," and that can be really an issue. Here you got a nice locomotive. Maybe it's been weathered. Maybe it's old and you can't get it anymore or whatever, and you just want to be really careful of it. So there are a couple ways to think about doing that. YouTube has people who disassemble locomotives. Alex Kolsnikoff from DCC Train and Larry Linger, Solo Contractor, are both very, very good people to watch YouTube on. Get the assembly sheet. Usually involves the disassembly usually involves removing the couplers, and then toothpicks and barbecue skewers and popsicle sticks and anything you can jam in there to separate it, or if you have to squeeze it, and you'll get it off eventually. Just not wicked hard. When I'm separating wires, cutting them is usually the best way to is one way to do it. I like to unsolder wires and then cut them to length later. Connectors, I usually just cut them off. Plastic clips, I usually remove those with pliers or a flat-bladed screwdriver. Reassembly is pretty straightforward. Solder the motor wires to the decoder. I usually leave the motor wires a little bit long, and don't solder them awful tight because you might have to change them over. Attach the decoder to the frame. Solder the track wires. Solder the speaker wires. Attach the speaker to the frame. Attach the stay alive to the frame if possible. I like to keep the stay alives and speakers on the frame and lights on the in the shell. Solder the stay alives to the decoder and then put it on the test track, which is lower voltage. You got a better chance of not burning it up, and test it. Starting to run out of time. Boy, that went quickly. LEDs or lamps. Bulbs have 2 voltage ratings. 12 volt bulbs or 1.5 volt bulbs. They're very finite in life. They generate heat. They do look realistic and they're large. If you have 1.5 volt bulbs and you're going over to a decoder, be careful. You're probably going to have to change your resistors. LEDs can be easily used with a lot of voltages. You just have to change the resistors. They have a long life, no heat, generally realistic colors, and they come in many sizes. When you're doing this, you got the shell off, take a little bit of extra time and do yourself a favor. Change over to LEDs so that you don't put your shell on and put the yeah, I hear you.
Well, we're running out of time here,
Yep.
Nick. But we really didn't have many questions in the chat. But Speed and I were wondering, are you going to do any in-scale decoder buddies coming up?
There's one on the board. It's going to take a little bit of milling. There's not much room in N-scale locomotives, as you all know. But the answer to that is yes. There's one on the drawing boards.
Cool. Well, I appreciate your clinic. Is there anything that you need that you hadn't gotten to, maybe that might be important before we wrap up here? We're sorry to cut you off right at the end. So
no, I don't think so. The rest, I think most of the damage has been done.
okay, cool.
But I think to tell the people, just do it. Maybe like your first weathering job. Don't take your finest locomotive and figure you're going to get it right the first time. You got the odds working against you. Then just take one of your locomotives that, if it has to go south, it'll go south. But chances are you'll be successful.
If you find where the magic electron's hide out and release the smoke, you'll learn what not to do.
Yeah. May I also, one more thing. Larry Linger, Solo Contracting on YouTube, does superb videos. There's a link in Model Railroad Hobbyist forums now that I've just posted to get to him. Both YouTube and Model Railroad Hobbyist are my go-tos in big time.
Cool.
And so Larry and I just are right on top of each other. And if you want to watch a guy who really knows what he's doing, do an install, that's the place to go.
Cool. I wanted to add, you said that you shouldn't use electrical tape, and I do agree it does get gummy after a while, but I have found that the Super 33 Plus from 3M is the best tape that I've found out there. I've used some of the cheaper stuff, and It's gotten, it gets gummy after a month being on something, but the Super 33 seems to hold up. I have to add that. So.
I have to agree that Super 33 is the best of the best. Yeah, I concur.
Cool. Well, Nick, that's going to wrap it for this hour. And next, we're going to have a pre-recorded clinic, but I think we're going to have Mike Mackey from the Division 1 Cowcatcher Division of the NMRA Lone Star region. So, Speed, do you have anything to add to us before we take it out?
Well, I just want to explain to the public that we have a humongous storm in Australia, and so we're switching the pre-recorded video out of one of Room 1's clinics for the next session, and we will announce that when we start up again. So stay tuned. We'll be back with foam.
All righty. Welcome back. This is Brooks with the NMRA Southeast Region Virtual Convention here. I've got Mike Mackey with us. We've got a change in the clinic schedule since room 1 is offline at the moment, so we thought we'd bring him in instead of doing a pre-recorded deal. Mike Mackey is Master Model Railroader number 573 in the Lone Star region. He's the division of the NMRA. He's the Division 1 director of the Cowcatcher Division and chairman for the 2023 Texas Express NMRA National Convention being held in Dallas, Fort Worth. Please welcome Mike Mackey to room 3 of the Southeast Region NMRA Convention.
Hey, Brooks, how are you this morning?
Howdy. Good.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure to get over here. I've got a lot of friends in the Southeast region. Larry Smith, Jason Parham over in Birmingham in the Steel City Division, a lot of folks up in the Atlanta area, and a lot of folks over in the Magnolia Division. Just want to say hi to all you folks over there. And hope you're having a great convention, and certainly thrilled to be a part of it and help you guys out. And maybe, who knows, maybe I can share a couple of tips and tricks on scenery today that you haven't seen before. The clinic I'm giving today is all about how to use floral foam that you can get at any florist shop, or you can get it at a wholesale florist shop. And this foam is hard base foam. Now, this is the dry type of florist foam. There are 2 types. One is for wet and one is for dry flowers. Okay. So you want to get the stuff that's for dry. I want to make sure you understand that. That's very important right off the bat. So what we're going to be doing here on this clinic is we're going to be combining these to turn out, and this is some that I've done on previous clinics. I do this clinic a lot because people seem to have a phobia, if you will, when it comes to scenery. And I'm going to try to demystify that. You can see here, this is 2 different clinics that I did. Here's one that's a little bit different terrain level. This one has got some undercuts and things like that in it. And you can see that this one's got a little more of a ravine coming down the cliff and things like that. Now, this scenery that we're going to be doing today, let me set these over out of the way, starts with these blocks of scenery foam. Now, I'm going to go ahead and switch cameras here for a second, and we're going to go to this one right here. Now, as you can see, we've got several different scenery blocks right here, and we're going to be working with all of them. And I'm going to have about 4 of them here that we're going to glue together, and we're going to do a nice large piece today. So with this one, we're going to sit here and we're going to apply just regular hot glue and make a line of it coming down. And then we're just going to go ahead and stick this in some shape or form and do it like you want to. And as you can see with this one, we have taken this and just kind of put it in that form right there. I'm going to add a couple more blocks to it. And we'll glue this one right here. And you can make this terrain just about anything you want. Now, in your area, if you're in fact modeling the Southeast region, you're going to be doing probably an area that's going to be a little more rolling hills. It doesn't really matter if you're down along the Gulf Coast, then you can be doing some other things with your terrain as well. But one of the things that this scenery offers you is the ability to modify exactly how you want your terrain.
Mike?
So I'm going to, yes, sir?
Your camera share is showing a desktop.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate it. I actually bumped that. I bumped that a little bit.
Yep. There you go. We're back.
Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I actually bumped the mouse whenever I was doing some work here on the desktop. So we're going to, now that we're back here, now I'm going to hold this up and show you what we've combined here. And we've now got this whole area, and we're going to be making, the hot glue hadn't set yet. So we're going to be making this whole area part of the scenery with the difference in the terrain. There we go. All right. Now, let that hot glue set for just a moment. Now, one of the things that you can do is use a lot of different tools on these to cut this foam. It cuts real easy. I want to show you how to use a regular putty knife to cut it. This is another tool from DeWalt. And let me bring it up over here on this other screen. This particular tool, I'll bring it up here where you can see it a little bit better, is what they call a straight shaver or a flush saw. It is a DeWalt part number DWHT 2041, and it has got teeth on it, as you can see right here. It's got teeth on it all the way across on both sides. It is sharp. It is a sharp little devil, and if you get bit by it, you'll certainly know. Now, another thing you can do with this foam, you can literally carve it with a pencil. And I'm going to be showing you that technique here before we get through. So let's see here. Okay, our hot glue is set now. We're going to go back and come back down to here. Now I'm going to be showing you how we're going to be cutting this with these different tools. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the putty knife right here, and we're just going to start cutting the foam and cutting notches out of it. Now you can re-glue those pieces back in if you want to, but however you want to carve your foam, you can certainly do that. Let me get to a different camera here. I'm going to switch this over just a second so you can see it a little bit differently. Let's go to that one and point it down just a little bit so that you can see how I'm doing this on the desk. All right, so I'm going to turn this around to the camera. And now we're going to start cutting this foam off and just cutting it and making the terrain however we want to. You can't mess this up. Don't even think about it. If you mess it up, start all over again. That's the beauty of this. I've had people from literally all across the country watch this clinic, and when they finish it, it's like, wow, I didn't realize scenery could be that easy. And that's one of the things that I really want you to understand, guys, is everybody thinks that scenery is really, really tough, and they're scared to dive in. But don't be. It's one of the easiest and most fun aspects of our hobby, and it certainly helps a scene fill out very quickly. And these pieces can be combined with other pieces to form a bigger scene. They can be stacked. They can be all kinds of things that you're doing here on this. So I'm going to shape this up just a little bit more. Now I'm going to switch tools here just to show you a little bit different technique. This is that saw that I talked about, and you can see it just slices right through this. It's very flexible. It gives you a different cut type than the putty knife. All right. It's starting to shape up a little bit. And another aspect of this is you can glue anything to this scenery. For instance, if you have you want to put a waterfall in there, you can cut this and do that. I've got a piece of retaining wall that you can see right here. And so with this retaining wall, I could just glue it anywhere I wanted to and then make the scenery fit the retaining wall. I'm just going to slice this just a little bit more here, but I had to turn it around so I could see it a little bit better. So I apologize for taking it off of your view. I'm going to make a little cut back in here because I want to show you a technique on that. All right. Now, I'm going to turn this around so you can see it a little bit better and see how we've started to get some terrain effects in here. I'm going to come in here and just kind of cut this back a little bit so it's not quite so smooth. And you'll see why in just a minute. One of the things that's always good when you're doing scenery is to always come back in and use photographs. If you've got questions about what the area that you're modeling, don't be bashful about using photographs. Photographs are a great tool to help you get your colors right, help you get ideas on exactly where to put trees or how they all grew and things like that. And you can see this is just shaving and shaping it, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. You can do it exactly like you want to. And this foam is just very, very pliable and lets you do just about anything you want to here with this. And I'm trying to do anything I can to keep from having a straight face in here. All right, so now we've got our base here that we're going to be shaping up. Now, I was telling you earlier, and I'm going to get some of these pieces of foam that we just cut off out of the way and put them in the trash can here, so we've got more room to work. One of the things I was telling you is that you can use this and use a pencil to carve it. I was building a layout for a guy in New York, and he was trying to do the cliffs of the Palisades over in New Jersey. And we literally took this and started carving the foam. Now, we were using much bigger blocks because it was an O-scale layout, but we were doing that. All right, now that we've got that cleaned up, we were doing that and using a pencil. So I'm going to do that same technique right here on this part right here of the mountain. And you can see I can come back in here and just very, very easily start to carve this out and make cuts. I'm going to come in here and make this a little wash right in here. So I'm going to dig this out just a little bit more. And think about how water and the rest of the elements will cause the terrain to wash away when you're starting to do your shaping and things. Now I'm just using the side of the pencil to rub it and come in here. And as you would realize that the further down the area, the wider it's going to get. All right. Get this off. It's always good to wear an apron too. And I forgot mine this morning. It's in my work closet over here, but I didn't put it on. I should have. All right. So the next thing we're going to do, and always work in a well-ventilated area, but we're going to be taking some rattle can spray paint, and I'm going to be spraying this. So I'm going to switch back to the front view here so you guys can see this a little bit better. And we're just going to spray paint this. And I'm just going to hit it with different colors. And you're going to see how this all blends. You notice I'm not covering it totally. I'm just using this for highlight. Okay, that's just one color. And the color I'm using right here is a Rust-Oleum flat red primer. Okay, but I've got another color here that is a satin warm caramel. We're going to hit it with this. And you can see how this is going to be blending the different colors. And this paint does not attack the foam, something that some people have asked about before. Turn this around a little bit, hit it from a little different angle. This is a base. We're going to come back over it and put ground cover over it in just a second. I would urge you that if you're not working in the AP program, you might want to consider doing that. I will tell you right now, it will make you a much better modeler. And all of these things that I'm showing you right here are an opportunity for you to, there we go, to use your techniques that you're seeing here to get your scenery AP cert. And you can see how now, when we hold this up, you can see how the scenery is starting to take its shape and the lines are starting to be more defined now that you've got some cuts and some different things in there. So the next thing is we're going to come in here and I'm going to hit this with some regular hairspray. The cheaper, the better. And I've got a series of, I saved these shaker things that come out of the kitchen, and I put my ground cover in that for easy retrieval. And I've got, probably 6 or 8 of them over here, and we're going to be using them all together in this particular demonstration. I've got various shades of browns and greens and various textures. So I'm going to take this hairspray and just spray it on here. And when I said the cheaper the better, that's because that the hairspray has got lacquer in it, and the more lacquer, the stickier it is. I'm going to take this now and just start to apply different pieces of this ground cover here. I'm just shaking it on and letting it fall as it will to add some texture, different colors all across this area. Now, once I get that on there, I'm going to come back over with another layer of hairspray just to kind of set it in a little bit better and get ready for the next layer of texture. So this time, let's see here. We'll go with a little bit of a darker green turf and shake that in. You can see we're starting to get some color. We've got our earth tones underneath. We actually did this clinic at the Plano Train Show that's held twice a year in Dallas, once in October, once in January. We did this as a make and take clinic. They'd never done a clinic before that was a make and take. And we did it over there, had huge success with it. Everybody really, really enjoyed it. All right, so now we're going to add a little bit more. We're going to set this again, more hairspray. Now we're going to come back in with a little heavier turf, a little different coloring. Okay. Again, setting it with the hairspray. You can see some of it starting to shift a little bit, but that's really not a problem. I'm not going to worry about it. You can come back and set it back in with white glue if you'd like. A little bit later. The white glue mixture. All right, let's see what else we've got here. This is a little bit different kind of turf. This is a little more burnt umber turf. And we're going to shake that in here. I'm going to actually take that sifter off the top so we can cover ground a little bit faster. There we go. It's all about colors and textures. There are tons of videos all across the internet of people who do scenery and different techniques. And most of these products I'm using right now are either from a company that was Scenery Creations. I don't believe they're in business anymore, but I actually bought a whole stock of their material before they were as they were going out of business. But any of these ground foams that you've got in different colors from different manufacturers will work nicely. But you're going to start seeing that the textures are starting to build up. and the colors are starting to blend. And if you go out somewhere in nature and you start looking at the different colors, your eyes are going to start seeing colors as they appear. You'll see hundreds and hundreds of different colors all in the same area. So don't be bashful about what you're using on your scene and mixing different colors all the way through what you're wanting to do. Adding more hairspray here to hold it. And this is so easy, guys, that you can practice with it on the workbench before you get over to your actual layout if you want to, if you're somewhat apprehensive. There we go. Now you can see how this is not, it's starting to soak up that spray and it's not shifting at all now. All right. So now we're going to start adding some more clumps here. And this is a little heavier, more coarse material. I'm going to break this over and add it right here and some right in here. And then come back in and hit it with that hairspray again. Let it set just a second and come back and hit it again. This hairspray is going to dry clear, so not to be concerned about that. Now, there's, let's see here, we've got a little turf grass. This is the same thing that you would use in a static grass machine, but I'm just going to use it differently here. I'm going to just kind of sprinkle it down to get a little more color in the area. And fill in some areas here. Obviously, you can use static grass if that's something that you're inclined to do. All right. And let's go ahead and seal that back up. But I have found them quite by chance whenever I was building some other layout pieces, and for different people. It's a company that I have, and we do that. We build layouts for people all across the United States, literally from Los Angeles to Atlanta and all across Texas, and for museums and everything. And here are some pieces, and I'm going to switch cameras here just for a second. This is as you can see here, is a very three-dimensional piece. Here's another piece right here. Typically, these are for O scale, but if you notice, I can just take there and break it apart, and it will allow me to use it in whatever form I want to. Now, I've just taken some white glue here, and I'm going to be gluing these. Just going to dip it in the white glue right here, and then just apply it to the area here. Now I'm going to come back over here and switch cameras again so that you can see this. So I'm just applying it with white glue. Allow me to use it in whatever form I want to. Now I've just taken some white glue here, and I'm going to be gluing these. Just going to dip it in the white glue right here, and then just apply it to the area here. Now I'm going to come back over here and switch cameras again so that you can see this. So I'm just applying it with white glue, dipping it in the glue, breaking it apart a little bit if I need to, dipping it in the white glue, and start building this up. And you're starting to get much more terrain here across this. They've got all kinds of colors, and we're going to add this in. Just tear it apart, add it in. You can make your bushes as big or as small as you'd like. And I'm just gluing this all in. Now that white glue is going to stick, and it's going to cause that that white glue will just dry out just as clear as you can imagine. Let's add another piece in here. Break it apart a little bit. And I'm really starting to get some three-dimensional pieces in there. Let's bring this over so you can see a little bit more. Here's a kind of a hedge that they have. I'm going to run it across the top over here. About like that. You can bend this stuff, pin it in place if you need to until the glue sets, because obviously the foam will allow you to do that. Let's see, here's another piece here. Gonna get a little more glue. I use a upside down jar, depending on how much glue I'm wanting to do. It's a great place to do it, and use a glass jar here as a tool, because once you've finished, and by the way, I'm just using Aleene's tacky glue right here for that. You can get it at Hobby Lobby or most any craft store, but the upside down jar right here allows you at the end, when you've finished with it, just scrape off the glue and start all over again. Put that there. We've got several other pieces here that we're going to be using. Here's a large piece. This kind of gives you a better demonstration and example of how this comes from the company. This is a very, very large piece, and this is one of their bushes that comes in O scale. And as you can see, it's about the size of this jar if you were to stand it up and everything. It's pretty good size. So I'm just going to take these pieces here and just pop them off. They're plastic. Break it off. Put some glue on it and add it right over in here to the other side. So now you can see that my terrain is really starting to take shape, and it's got a whole lot more, move that out of the way, there you go. It's got a whole lot more character to it than when we first started. I'm going to add some more of this this hedge and ground cover right over here. Get a little more glue. You can obviously add rocks. We're going to do that in just a moment. Put this in here. One more little spot. Right down here. So now I'm going to take some more of this glue and actually paint a little spot here, because I've got my little wash over here in the corner. Take an old paintbrush and just paint the glue on here. I'm going to put some rocks right in here. And make it look a little bit more like a wash an area over here. Got a little bit of ballast for different color. Right there. Hit it with the hairspray again. Obviously, if you wanted to put a waterfall in here, you could do that. Here's a waterfall kit. This one's from Woodland Scenics, and this serves as a great tool for you to practice that technique. Put it in there. And my piece of scenery there. Still waiting for that glue to set up a little bit. We're kind of rushed right now, but now then, the final touch on this is to add some trees of whatever your sort is that you'd like. And I'm going to come back in here with some pine trees. And obviously you can just stick them right straight into the foam. These trees right here come from Grand Central Gyms. Add a couple of dead trees down in here too. You certainly have those wherever you are. Another tree of a different type. And now we've got our scenery scene in here. One more tree. Let's stick this dead tree right in here. And there you have it. So this right here is just a small example of how quick and easy you can put a scene together and make it look pretty well. Obviously, if I was going to finish it out and I had a little more time here, I'm going to be using taking and clearing out and some of the seams where some of this right in here. You can see this seam right there. Another one over here. I would be feathering that out, making it a whole lot more blendable and making it where you couldn't see it so well. But that's a pretty good idea of just exactly how easy it is to do scenery. The thing that I would like to stress to you is, just like an artist has many colors in their palette, you need to do the same thing with your scenery materials. Have a vast assortment of scenery items available for you to use at your disposal. I've been doing scenery for a long time, and I've got probably 30 to 40 of those canisters. I just pulled out a few things today just to kind of give you an example. So, Brooks, do we have any questions that I can answer for anybody?
Yeah, we got a few questions.
Good.
I want to show everybody, though, I got to take your make and take clinic last January when you first presented it. And here's my
oh, there you go.
diorama that I made of it. So I never really got around to doing the trees. But one thing I did, I don't think you mentioned it, but you had a wire brush, so I did some like striated lines in here. But another thing you could do is a knife if you wanted to do like simulate strata or something on the rocks or
absolutely.
Anything, but
absolutely. And if you're doing that, I would like to urge you, if you're doing that, to go ahead and spray a darker color up underneath it to give that shadowing effect for your strata, and it helps you do that.
Yeah.
Brooks, can you show it again?
Oh yeah, sure. And, and one thing I've got to say is this is my first time really doing scenery or trying to do it, and I just got to encourage people just to jump in and do it. And I think doing these little blocks,
right. That's exactly right.
And doing little blocks and chunks like this, you could develop your skill before you tackle it on your railroad. And of course, if you do it, you can always just rip it out and redo it if you don't like it.
Start all over again. Yeah. And here's the other thing, as I mentioned earlier, now if I wanted to, I could come back in here and add this piece down here, and let me change the view here. I can add this piece in and just keep stacking little bitty pieces and vignettes that I've made, and just make sure they blend where those joints are, right in here. And so you can build up a whole section of these small pieces, make it very easy. And they don't have to be wide. You can make them very narrow. They work very well. And the other thing I want to show you is on the back side of this one, see how I've got this place here where it's undercut right there? So if you needed you were trying to build a tunnel, or you had a piece of hidden storage track or something like that, this is tall enough right here, because these are at least 2-inch blocks. You can run a train underneath this. You'll be fine.
So before I took your clinic, normally we see blue the extruded foam that you get at Home Depot and Lowe's. What made you look at doing the florist foam? Is there any reason to use that over the extruded foam?
I think this is really a lot easier to work with, and I can shape this and construct it the way I want to in smaller sections. It carves real easy. The part that I carve off, I can use again if I want to, pile it in, and restack it. It's just a matter of using hot glue, and you're good to go.
Cool. Well, what do you recommend doing a whole layout with this florist foam, and what would the cost compare? Do you see any big difference in the cost?
You can get a case of, I want to say it's 36 of these blocks. Wholesale, if you have access to a wholesale florist, for about $25, and that covers a huge area depending on how you stack it and how you glue it together. So I really like it. It's very lightweight, and to me, these smaller sections give you the ability to. I don't have to cut down and ruin an entire big section of the extruded foam to do it. I can get some of these small sections, and if I have just a small hill that I want to put somewhere to give a rolling effect, then I can do that pretty easily.
Cool. How long do you recommend the hot glue to set before you move it?
Yes, absolutely. You saw that earlier in my clinic. Make sure the hot glue's set. I was trying to rush things along for you guys, and knowing that we only had a limited amount of time. So, yeah.
Is there other glue that we could use besides hot glue, or are you just mainly
Yeah,
using it because it's quick and easy, right?
I was using it's exactly. I was using it because it was quick. You can use construction glue, the kind that's in the long tube that you can use. All of those types of things are certainly like liquid nails. All of those types are certainly very well, and they work really great. And then just let it set up and go from there. So yeah.
Have you found any glue or paint that reacts to the florist foam like it would,
None
like with
whatsoever.
regular foam?
Yeah,
Okay.
none at all. And that's another positive aspect of this is the fact that I haven't seen anything attack it yet. So
Cool.
the foam is pretty durable, and you don't have to worry about anything attacking it. I mean, you saw me using hairspray that's got heavy lacquer in it. You saw me using rattle can spray paint and all of those things, and the aerosols don't attack it at all. The regular glue doesn't attack it, so that's a positive.
What about it degrading over time? Have you had that issue, or would sealing the foam help that if that happens?
I have not had that happen. Been using this technique for 4 or 5 years now, and the pieces that I have had are and built are just as solid as the day they started. Now, there is one drawback because it is so pliable. Unless you protect it, and if somebody walks up and wants to stick a finger in it, then they can do that. You know, it's still there, and the softness of the foam is both a plus and a minus. But unless you've got somebody that's just a total idiot coming to your layout who wants to try to do something nuts. Now, the other thing is it's easy enough to put some ground foam or a piece of something over it to repair that dent if it were to happen. So
yeah. The glue that you're using Eileen's tacky glue. Is there other glue that we could use, or is there any that we should avoid using?
No, none whatsoever.
Okay.
Regular Elmer's white glue is just perfectly fine. I just happened to grab that bottle of Eileen's because it was sitting here on my workbench, and it was in close proximity whenever I started setting up for the clinic today.
Right. What about school glue? Because I've heard that since it's water based, that you should avoid that.
I would
stick
try
to
to
the
stay
all-purpose.
away from that, because if you hit it with anything that's water or soluble like that, I'd stay away from that one.
Okay.
But otherwise, I haven't seen anything else. But that goes for any kind of material, not just this floral foam.
I asked that because I go to the store trying to look for, like, the Elmer's has the all-purpose glue.
Yep.
And but it seems like the school glue is the more prevalent, is what I've noticed. And there is a bottle of the all-purpose, but it's like one spot on the shelf.
I buy that in gallon containers, the all-purpose glue, and I go to the home construction store of your choice, Lowe's, Home Depot, whatever, Menards, and I buy it in gallon containers and then put it into a smaller container.
Oh, cool. What about the hairspray? What hairspray do you like to use?
I've used everything from Final Net to just whatever's the cheapest. Go to the dollar store and just pick up the cheapest. I mean, you spend $1 for a can and you're great. Buy 3 or 4 cans, you're fine. I try to typically use the pump style. I get a little more control over it than the aerosol. Today I used the aerosol because, again, that was the first thing I saw in my scenery tub, and I just grabbed it and stuck it over here and started using it. It's all a matter of choice, and I prefer the pump rather than the aerosol. I just didn't use it today.
Do you find hairsprays that are labeled, like they'll be labeled firm control or, different types? Yeah, do you find them having more sticking power than others?
I mean, the firm control is, if I had the choice, if they're sitting side by side on the shelf for the same price, I'm going to get the firm hold.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The ground foam, do you ever make your own ground foam?
I haven't, because I've got, whenever I bought that bulk supply of the company that was going out of business, Sweetwater Scenery was the name of the company.
Uh-huh.
And when I bought theirs, I've got packages upon packages upon packages of it that I've had for 15, 20 years. And I've been using them a little at a time in clinics, on my own layout, different things like that. And so I haven't had the need to make my own ground foam.
Right.
There are certainly videos out there on how to do it for sure.
What about using materials like from the nature, like dirt from your yard and leaves and things?
A lot of people do that. Nothing looks more like dirt than dirt. I would urge you, if you're going to do that, to kill the bios out of it. Anything out of it, bake it in the oven, and make sure you kill off anything that could grow. The last thing you want is to walk into your layout and see mold or something like that from where you've put some dirt in and it started to ferment or whatever. So bake it in probably about 400 degrees for half an hour, 20 minutes to half an hour, and just make sure that you kill off anything before you use any nature's own products.
Cool. I had another question. Is when you're doing water, some of those are resin based. Do you think the heat would affect the foam?
I have not seen that, but I have not used the resin type water before. I've used more of the matte finish or the Woodland Scenics water products.
Cool.
So I can't tell you. I can't address what a resin base would do on that. So I apologize for not having the answer to that.
And the floors foam, it's been a while since I've been in that section, like at Hobby Lobby. But don't they make two different types of foam? I've seen some harder, like more open cell stuff, and this stuff's more finer.
It is, and one of the things, as I mentioned earlier in the clinic, they have two different types. One is for wet, and the other is for dry.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go with the dry because the wet, when you put flowers in it, if you're using cut flowers, then you pour the water in there, and that foam soaks up the water so that it nourishes that cut flower that's stuck in the foam. Stay away from that one for this application.
Okay.
You want to use the dry foam. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, I think that's going to bring it to the end of this hour for that. Mike, we thank you for coming in at the last minute, and we're glad that we could get you in here to do a live clinic. So
glad to do it. As we sign out, I want to tell everyone and invite everyone, please make sure that you make your plans to come to the 2023 National Convention to be held in Dallas-Fort Worth in August of 23. It's going to be a great spectacle and a great convention. Never been held in Dallas-Fort Worth before, so come be a part of a first.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Well, we're going to stick around, everybody, and we're going to bring the next clinician in.
Thank you, Mike. Say hi to Lori. Send love.
Yep.
Hey, thank you very much. Glad to do it. And tell everybody I said, hey, you guys are doing a great job, and I'm so excited and honored to be a part of what you guys are doing with NMRAX. You guys are really raising the bar for everything and giving a lot back to the organization. You guys are kudos to you guys. I tip my hat.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
3.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the NMRA Southeast Region Virtual Convention. Our next clinician is Scott Griggs. He's the founder and chief engineer at trains.com. He's been an avid model rail fan all his life, and his company, trains.com, buys train collections all over the country and sells them individually online. He's going to share with you his insights in selling your trains when that fateful day arrives. Welcome, Scott Griggs.
All right. Thanks a lot, Brooks. All right. Well, the end of the line, unfortunately for all of us, that's going to come someday or another. And what I'd like to do is to go through with you how that process works and to better prepare you for that when that day comes. All right.
You can go.
Yeah. Oh, dear. For some reason, my slides aren't moving. Got to be kidding me.
You want to stop sharing and we try again?
Yeah, I guess. What the heck is going on? All right, now it's working.
Okay.
So, oh, okay. All right. I'm good. Let's go.
You can go.
Yep. All right. Okay, so first, let me tell you just a little bit about myself. I've been buying, repairing, and selling model trains since I was a junior in high school. Did that all through college out of my parents' garage, got a degree in electrical engineering, got married, worked for General Electric, and was a train show weekend warrior for about 10 years. And then when GE dropped me off in Atlanta, we opened a store called the Train Works. And then later we opened another store and bought another store. That didn't work out so well. So in 1997, we went bankrupt, had to go back to work again at corporate America. And I started my new company called Trainsight at the time. And then later we changed that to trains.com and started selling on eBay in 1997. Since then, our current eBay feedback is 410,000 positives with a 99.8% positive rating. And our total eBay lifetime sales are north of $56 million, plus another few million on our website as well. We've got about 50 people in Atlanta. We work out of 3 buildings for a combined square footage of 20,000 square feet. And we also sell on our website and at trains.com as well as eBay. We had our own auction site. We shut that down. We found out that's not working as good as fixed price. And we have over the years sold on Walmart, Sears, Amazon, and Rakuten. And currently we're not selling on any of those platforms either. So, all right. So let me give you some pictures here. Over the years, obviously you've had a great time with your trains. And, that day comes or that thought starts coming into your head, what am I going to do? I've seen hundreds of people's basements, everything from the left there, super well scenic and great model layout to just, racks and racks and racks of trains and a lot of stuff that, unfortunately people never used as well. And then, a little bit more, just boxes everywhere in garages and outbuildings and super nice layouts, club looking layouts in people's basements. But the bigger the collection, the bigger your layout, the more challenging it becomes, because as it gets bigger and bigger, the number of buyers and options you have, it gets smaller as it gets bigger. So let me go through. I've come up with a bunch of options that you've probably thought about, most of them, but I'll go through and I want to tell you the good, bad, and the ugly, so to speak, of all these different options. So the first is going to train shows. You got to price all your stuff, haul it all over the place, do that kind of thing. You can sell it on the Facebook Marketplace. That is the latest and greatest sort of classified marketplace. Back in the day, that used to be newspaper classifieds. Then it was Craigslist, and now it's the Facebook Marketplace. I found that out about a month ago when I was trying to buy a jet ski trailer. I went to Craigslist and couldn't find anything. Went to the Facebook Marketplace, and there's a dozen of them. So it's a huge difference. And then of course eBay. eBay is the biggest online marketplace for model trains in the country and in the world, I suspect. There's certainly the garage sale option. Not going to recommend that one. You can use the NMRA classifieds or other, buy sell sites on the internet. You can open an antique mall booth. Actually, at trains.com, we have 8 of these right now. So we use antique malls to sell things that just doesn't make sense to sell online. That taking all the pictures and shipping delicate things just doesn't make sense. So we sell them in our antique malls around town. And you can have your friend Bob or somebody else do it on a commission basis for you. You can use a local auction house. That's become a better option lately because most of the local auctioneer people are also using some sort of online auction platform. But one of the downfalls of that is the shipping expense, because a lot of those people just contract with like the UPS store because it's easy. And your buyers now have to pay like double normal shipping fees when they go through one of those places. You can use a dedicated train auctioneer. There's I don't know, 3 or 4 of those guys now that they're auctioneers and all they do is sell trains. Or you can use somebody like us. And with our business, we do it 2 different ways. If you send us an inventory list, we'll actually make you an offer for the collection, or we also can sell it for you on consignment. So, all right. So next, I think I just went through 12 different options. So now what I want to talk to you about is, how do you decide which one of those options is the best one for you? And a long time ago, I figured out it really comes down to 3 things as far as what is the most important to you. And it's one of those things. Here's 3, pick 2, because that's pretty much how it works. Are you interested in getting the absolute highest price? How much work are you willing to do? And how long can you wait to get the money? So based on those 3 criteria, we'll pretty much steer you into, one or several of those options that I just went over to give you a feel for, what the best way is for you to move forward. So let me go through the pros and cons on some of those, or on the next 3 things. I guess that's on my next slide. But first of all, the first factor, obtaining the highest price, to get and keep the most amount of money, you got to do most of the work yourself. That's a big trade-off. So you either get more money or you got to do a lot more work, because that's obviously why you're taking less money, because you're hiring somebody else essentially to do it for you. And then if you to also get the highest price, the idea is to sell things individually or into small logical groups of things that go together, not, sell it in huge groups or sell the whole collection at one time, like on a big eBay auction or something. You need to do a lot of research to figure out what the right price is, because a lot of modelers and collectors, that's not really their thing, is keeping up with what things are worth. It's more about having fun and enjoying the trains. But when it comes time to sell them, especially if you're going to do it yourself, you need to educate yourself on what your various pieces are worth and what's worth your time and what's not. And you will find out, like we find out every week, when we underprice things, they sell really quick. It's amazing how fast people will find things that we screw up on the price. But that's a good thing. So there's always a bargain to be had somewhere along the line with us and everybody else probably. So the second thing is the amount of work that you're willing to do. And that includes things like, doing the pricing research, the amount of time you spend on the computer if you list it online, answering people's questions, dealing with damage returns, and those kind of things. And then if you do train shows, and the farther away you go, the higher the cost gets. And we have done, my wife and I and some other folks that I've taken with me have done, probably over 500 train shows. it gets expensive, with gas and meals and hotels and table rental and paying for help if you do that. So anyway, that expense kind of adds up over time. And then also, if you're selling online, you've got boxes, the packing supplies, the time it takes to pack it up, and all that kind of thing. So I've got a whole slide later on all the different things that you need to think about if you're going to sell yourself. And then the third thing is, how quickly do you want to get the money? So certainly selling your collection to a single buyer, for a set price gets you the money the fastest. On selling with auction houses, either dedicated train auction people or just your local auctioneer, it depends on their backlog. So how soon can they work your stuff in? And then also, what is their policy on how you get paid? I know of one train auction company out there that if they split your trains up amongst, say, 3 different auctions, so that might be over 6 months, they don't pay you anything until the last auction, and they sell the last item, and then 30 days after that they pay you for everything. So you got to be cognizant of the terms of payment from these people before you sign up with them, just to give you a little warning there. Consignment sales are fairly unknown. And you're at the mercy of the consigner, like your friend Bob. You hope he's going to set the prices right, but you don't, unless you've got something in writing and you've got some kind of agreed upon plan on how long they're going to try to sell things and what their discount authority is and who set the prices in the first place. And is this person, going to get tired of doing this and then just dump everything after a while without your permission? So that's another road, just to be cognizant of how is all that going to work if you do it on consignment. All right. So let's talk about the different options and kind of compare the good and the bad with these different options. And this is where you kind of have to pick 2 of the three things that are important to you. So the first is an auction house. And so price, I gave that a 0.5 star, which pretty much means you're going to get a wholesale kind of price because you're going to have to pay the auction house their fees. So that means, the auction house, if you look at it that way, is basically paying you a wholesale price and they're getting a retail price, and then they cover their expenses and make a profit on the difference. Typically, auction houses charge you a consignor fee, and that's generally around 20 or 25%. If they sell online, they usually tack on another 10 or 15% to cover all those fees. And then in addition to that, they also have a buyer's premium, which is generally in the 20% range that the buyer pays. But in reality, as most of you would imagine and guess, that buyer's fee basically means in the buyer's head, if they are willing to pay $100 for something and they know they got to pay 20% buyer's premium, they're not going to bid above 80. So essentially, your net cost of using an engineer is somewhere around 45 or 50% for most of them. So the amount of effort, you get a full gold star from your point of view because it's minimal effort because they do all the work. And the fast money part is a bit unknown, but especially the train auctioneers that I know right now are very backed up, and those guys aren't getting to things for like 6 months. So that means once they come and pick your stuff up, they sit on it for 6 months and then hope, then get it into an auction and then typically pay you 30 days after the auction ends. The second option is eBay. I believe in the long run, that's where you'll get the highest price if you do it yourself. So this line means you're going to sell it on eBay yourself. So you're going to get the highest price if you price it right and you sell it in, a piece at a time kind of thing. However, the effort, that's probably the highest effort of all these options, is to work on creating listings for each item or each group of items. Like, for example, HO freight cars, you don't want to sell HO freight cars one at a time. I mean, most of them. Now, some of them, ones are worth $20 or $50 a piece, maybe. But for the most part, even just regular HO freight cars with KD couplers are, going for $5 or $10 these days, at a train show. So typically with those, we sell them in groups of 5 or 10 at a time, or we sell a bunch of them through our antique malls. But certainly things like locomotives, you want to sell all those individually. And then fast money, that depends. It depends on how hard you work and how many hours you put into it every week, and of course, how big your collection is. What I believe you will find is it'll take you about an hour all in for every auction that you deal with, and that starts from counting the pricing research time to creating the listing, answering questions, dealing with problems, packing it up, taking it to the post office, photographing, all those kind of things. It's going to take you about an hour for every one you do. All right. The next one I put my company, trains.com, or any other company like ours. The price, you're going to get a wholesale kind of price because we're doing all the work. The amount of effort from you is minimal because you just agree to the price and we come pick it up, or you mail it into us, one of the two, depending on how far away you are from us and how much stuff you've got. And then the fast money, like I mentioned earlier, since we do this two ways. The first way is if you do it with us on consignment. Basically, we send you checks every week after your items sell, and we've adopted kind of a reverse option or a reverse auction model now. So instead of putting things out like we used to on eBay at 99 cents and just let it rip, no reserve, and whatever it sold for, we've changed that. And now what we're doing is we're starting it at what we believe is the full market value, kind of the highest price we could expect to get for it. And then we put it out on our website and on eBay for 2 months. And then if it doesn't sell, then our software automatically marks it down a few percent every week until we find that one buyer that's willing to pay that price. Because auctions are great, but auctions only work if you've got two people that want it. So if you got something that some person really wants, and say it's $1,000 brass engine, and you put it up for auction, and the next most interested person is only willing to pay $500 for it, that guy that was willing to spend $1,000 is going to get it for $510 or something like that. So anyway, but on the flip side, the other thing that's great about auctions is when two people, just have to have something and the item is worth $500 and somebody pays $1,000 for it because they just have to have it. So, I mean, that's the flip side and the good side of auctions. And then the other option is just an outright sale with us or any other buyer, get paid up front and you're done with it. So train shows is kind of the next one. And again, you should be able to get the best price, assuming that you know what the best price is. And you go to enough train shows with enough people. And of course, these days, that's kind of really not much of an option since all the train shows are shut down. So, but in normal times, that's a reasonable option. The amount of effort is again, a ton of effort because you have to price everything. You've got to pack everything up. You got to drive the train show. You got to unpack it. You got to go through all that and do it multiple times. I would say to sell a collection that's worth, I don't know, $10,000, $20,000 to do it at train shows, you're probably going to have to do 8 or 10 train shows maybe, and then probably mark it down every time you go back to the next show, or after the first 2 or 3 shows, start marking it down. And then fast money, again, probably not, because you're at the mercy of how far you're willing to travel and how many train shows there are and how many sales you can make at each show and that kind of thing. And then, of course, subtract all your expenses from that. And then the last, which I kind of touched about with the trains.com, is kind of the same thing. The price, you're going to get a wholesale price. It doesn't take a lot of effort on your part, and you get paid right away. So I didn't go through all 12, but these are the most common scenarios that I would expect most people to go through when selling. And, if you're going to do something else, I think you can apply the same methodology to, see how that works out for you. Okay, next, let's talk about how do you figure out what something is really worth. So this slide, for people that don't do this one's kind of a really gold nugget for you, because I'm telling you kind of the secrets of the trade on where to find this stuff, which is not otherwise too obvious. So first of all, I say throw out the printed price guide. That probably applies more to the Lionel and O-Gauge guys. With the Greenberg guides, I don't really understand why they price the things they price them at, because you just can't sell things for those prices. But they're falling a little bit, but they're still unrealistic. So what I believe, the market price is, it's what people have actually bought those items for. So this little chart I've got here, we're going to start with the most expensive and probably the best way, down to the free way. That's okay, but not as good as some of the other ones. So the first one, there's a website called worthpoint.com. They charge a subscription fee of $24 a month, and they basically have all of the sales data from eBay and from many other auction houses that sold trains in their database that goes back 5 years plus. So if you've got a halfway rare piece that may not have sold within, say, the last year, gives you a lot of insight into, what the value of that is. And hopefully in 5 years, you can find, at least 2 or 3 of them that sold. And the other thing to know, the further historically back you go, generally the less realistic that price is, because trains sold for a fair amount more 5 or 10 years ago than what they sell for now. So, if something sold for $1,000 5 years ago, I would expect that, okay, maybe I can get 700 now, just as a, wild off the top of my head kind of estimate. Then the second thing, which is more reasonable, but is also cost you money, is, well, there's actually 2 options here. Sorry. There's eBay completed sales. And when you go to the eBay screen, there's the search bar in the top right-hand column. Right next to that search bar on the left is a link that says advanced search. So if you click advanced search, that opens up a bunch of options. And one of those options is search completed items, which is where you can find what things actually sold for. So then in the search box, you would type in, an Akani, 284 brass HO locomotive, for example. And then that would bring up all the results on the free search going back about 3 months. 3 months is what it's supposed to be. Sometimes I've seen it less, sometimes I've seen it more. And of course, if there isn't any, then you're not going to get any results. Then the next thing up is a service similar to WorthPoint. It used to be a separate company until eBay bought them a couple of years ago, and it's called TerraPeak. You can buy that or subscribe to that for $12 a month. You'll find it on the seller hub screen in eBay. If you already happen to have, which I'm assuming most people probably do not, because you're not in the business of selling trains online, but if you had a store subscription, it's free with a basic store subscription, I believe. And if you don't have a store subscription, it's $12 a month. So that is less, has a more limited set of sales data than WorthPoint, because with WorthPoint, you're going back 5 years and you're also getting some data from other auction houses that used an online auction service. With TerraPeak, you're only going to be able to see what sold the last 12 months on eBay, which for most things is enough. And so I mean, that's a very good tool. We use it, we use both TerraPeak and WorthPoint for the research that we do. All right, then the next thing is on our website. When we had our auction site, we had a price valuation engine. And when we shut that down, we moved it over to a site hanging off of trains.com that we call community.trains.com, which is also a inventory management software system. We've got about 260,000 different models of model trains in there. It's also a great reference if you are, say, collecting Union Pacific and you want to know all the HO boxcars in Union Pacific, so to the extent that we've sold individual HO boxcars, which is probably a really bad example. So if you wanted to know HO steam engines, let's say, from Union Pacific, you can search for that on that website, and it'll show you pictures of, all of the different ones we've ever had. So if it'll, help you to say, oh my gosh, I didn't know that one was made. I got to go try to find that one. So but in addition to that, we also have a subscription service for $5 a month that we show you all of the sales data points. Or no, actually, I'm sorry, we changed that. It shows what we have calculated to be the fair market value for trains based on the condition and whether it has an original box or not. And a lot of that is more O-gauge centric, for like Lionel and pre-war and post-war, where that stuff's a lot more critical than, to some extent, HO and N scale. I'm not real happy with the algorithm that we're using right there for those prices. And that's on our IT hit list that we should be finished with by the end of August, I hope. So look for some big improvements in that. I'm not a big fan of it at the moment, but we're working on it. And then the last option is just to do a Google search. And the way to do a Google search is just go right there in the search bar. And the best way is manufacturer and model number. So it's an Athearn 11067, Reading Camelback or whatever. If you don't know the model number, then just, and the manufacturer, it's Atlas HO, Reading RS3 kind of thing. And that Google search will take you to a whole bunch of places. It'll take you to some of the eBay completed item sales and some of the auction completed item sales, and even some other websites where they post that kind of information. So with all of these methods, I think, like I said, you're looking for, these all show you actual sale prices. If you just go on eBay and you look and see what other people are looking to sell an item for, that may or may not be very realistic, because it's just like going to a train show and you look at the price that somebody's got on a train on their table and you just roll your eyes and it's like, that's crazy. They'll never sell it for that. It's the same thing when you're looking at prices online. Okay. So next, this one here, what I want to talk with you about is, if you go a couple of different routes other than selling it yourself. So the first is if you do it on consignment or you do it through an auctioneer. Part of that is how trusting are you, and how trusting are you of the person or the company that you're working with? Do you have an inventory list? If you're certainly, if you're not very trusting of the people you're working with, which you shouldn't be working with them anyway, you better have an inventory list. But if you can trust them and known whoever it is for years and years and years, it's not critical. It's always smart, but it's not critical. We've done some deals that are, literally semi-tractor trailer loads of stuff that we've done on consignment that, they didn't have the list and they just said, just take it, sell it for us and send us checks. And so, we've done that. So if you're gonna, again, use it, go this way, it's good if you know the value of the trains or have, some reasonable idea of, how well are these people going to do for you. Or again, if you're very trusting and the person you're working with has a great reputation, then I guess you should be able to feel pretty good. They're going to work really hard for you and get the highest price they can, because both people benefit when that occurs. The higher the consignor sells it for, assuming they're working on a percentage, the more higher dollar they're going to get as well. So you may have to, push to get your sales finalized. You may have to push to get your payments or to get the money owed to you. So those are all the things you got to think about and do, when you're dealing with a consignment deal or an auctioneer. What the buyer's going to do, they're going to come pick up your trains and pack up your collections, most of them. So that's green means easy for you. Red means, you got to think about it or do some work. And then on a bulk sale, to do a bulk sale, you need an inventory list. I would be very suspicious of anybody that came into your house, your basement, your train room, whatever, kind of waved their hands in the air and said, yep, I'll give you $5,000 for all your stuff. There's no way I would sell to anybody that did that. I've been doing this for over 45 years and I cannot do that. I cannot walk into a room and just look around and say, oh, this is worth 10 grand. You can't do it. So on the bulk sale, you've got to do the inventory list, which allows you to then send it to multiple people, get prices and terms and pick one. And then, you just need to make sure you get paid. It depends on the size of your collection. If you can sell it locally, if you've got a ginormous collection, like some of these collections where it's literally a tractor trailer load full of trains, the option of finding somebody locally is pretty slim because there's not many people that buy train collections that are that big. So you're going to have to kind of go nationally. And then again, understanding the value of your trains. Hopefully you did a little bit of research when you created the inventory list to get some kind of feel for if you got a fair offer, or, send it out to 2 or 3 or 4 people. And then you can, that's a good way to make sure you got a fair offer as well. And again, what they're going to do is the same thing. They're going to come pack up, pick up your trains, and you don't have to worry about that. You're just going to get paid. All right. So then the next thing is, what's involved if I don't like that? I want to do it myself. And I've kind of alluded to a lot of this stuff. So I'll go through it, a little quickly here, but, certainly got to take all the valuable stuff off the layout. I'll make a little side note here. If you're a master builder or just a very good builder and you have built some really nice kits, don't glue those down to the layout. We just had a collection we picked up in Atlanta last week that this guy, he passed away, but he built some fantastic models, but he super glued them all down to the layout. And, trying to get them off the layout with a putty knife or a scraper, most of them we just couldn't take because we just couldn't get them. So it's like, for God's sakes, use some goo or super tack or nothing, and just don't do that to yourself, because that was a ton of money I would have, loved to have been able to get and sell, but it just wasn't happening. So you got to create your inventory list. You got to answer questions. I would say, I think we're getting fewer questions now because people know us. So it's probably different for us than other sellers, because we have a ton of repeat business from eBay. But I would guess on the most part, you're probably going to get, one question out of every 4 listings you write, maybe. And of course, it depends on how well you put your listing together. So you can't really minimize the amount of time that you're going to have to spend asking questions, and a lot of stupid questions, honestly, especially things that are already shown in the picture and they ask you a question anyway. In my company, we have 6 customer service people to answer questions and to deal with problems and all that kind of stuff. So it's a significant time suck and expense. It would be good if you could clean your stuff, especially if it's dusty or dirty. If you've got, higher value pieces like locomotives again, and you've got the boxes all stored someplace, that's a major task, is doing all the box matching, getting everything back in the box. And you want to do that because you're going to get a lot more money if you sell it with the box. You got to wait for it, chase down payments. You got to pack it. You got to deal with damage claims. Yes, you will probably have those whether you're a fantastic packer or not. You got to deal with eBay. And sometimes that's not a problem. Sometimes they're a huge pain in the butt, even for people like us or people my size. You got to photograph everything, multiple photos. You got to do your price research. You've got to go buy packaging supplies. You got to buy shipping and postage. You got to deal with people that didn't like what you sent. You got to take returns, probably. You got to write the listing copy. You got to print your labels, and you got to go drop off all your boxes at FedEx or UPS or the post office or whatever. So there's a lot of work. So what's it going to cost if you sell online? You may not know, but eBay charges 10% of the final sales price plus a 30-cent listing fee, and PayPal or credit card processing is another 3%. So, right out of the gate, if you sell on eBay, it's going to cost you 13%. Now, for top rate, if you earn the top rated seller badge on eBay, they lower that to 9%. But to earn that, you have to ship 95% of the items you have to ship within 95% of the time that you said it would take to get them a tracking number. So if you ship next day, like we do, that means over 95% of the time we got to get a tracking number and upload it to the carrier 95% of the time to qualify for that discount. And you also have to be able to fulfill your orders 99.5% of the time. Now, for you guys doing that, that should be pretty simple because, you're looking at everything. You're not going to lose it in your warehouse, or you're not going to buy it from a supplier that said they had it, and then you go to order from them and they don't have it. But that's a huge requirement for eBay, is 99.5% of the time you get it shipped and you've got it. So, but those are the two. And then there's some other requirements on how many sales you got to do and all that kind of stuff. So depending on how much eBaying you're going to do, you may or may not do enough to get that extra 1% off. All right. And then, what's worth a lot of money and what's not. So let me go through that with you as well. So certainly locomotives, that's where most of the money is, especially brass in HO scale and O scale for that matter. Newer O gauge accessories, MTH and Lionel made a whole bunch of really nice accessories that people like. Collectible O gauge, standard gauge, S gauge. The collectible world's different in the larger scales for some reason than generally HO and N. Anything G scales generally pretty valuable because it's pretty expensive to start with. Any kind of DCS and current electronic systems are always good. High-end power supplies and controls. MTH, Lionel, O gauge for the most part is pretty good, and higher end products in HO, N, and Z. So, things like Broadway Limited and Atlas and and all the brass stuff, of course. So Concord, those kind of things. All right, and then what's not worth so much? The first one on my list is layouts, unfortunately, because it's I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's just about impossible to sell a layout. You've got to pretty much plan on cutting that apart, and it's going to go in the dumpster. I'm afraid. Sorry. I was able on one occasion. I donated. Got an O gauge guy had a huge horseshoe bend layout up in Michigan, and he lived right there in that town. So he had a professional layout building company building. I think he spent $250,000 or $300,000 on that layout. And it's like, I love it, but there's nothing I can do with it. But I thought about it, and so I called the Manufacturers Railway Museum up in Altoona, and got them to accept it as a donation and put up a little bit of money to help get it moved, and coordinated that all for the guy. So he got a nice tax write-off on that layout, but that's pretty unusual and extreme. So, but anyway, back to what else isn't worth too much money. Scenery, vehicles, and figures, especially after you take them out of the packaging and put them onto your layout, that just doesn't work. Common HO and N stuff, and freight cars, and for the most part track, it's not worth much. Books and magazines, throw them out. Books, it's total hit or miss, but generally a miss. Ready to run sets for the most part, not so good, especially if they've been used, and if they're new, I guess that's better, but if they're used, not so much. Most anything Tyco, Lifelike, Bachmann, all of the consumer brands, not worth so much. Freight cars in general, unless it's just really high end stuff like they've been making in the last 5 years or so. And then on the O gauge side, any kind of common Lionel, American Flyer, Marks, post-war stuff, all the rolling stock and most of the accessories they've just taken a beating. And then the G gauge, the cheaper G gauge sets from like Bachmann and Newgrite aren't worth much either. Okay, so I'm going to kind of wrap it up here with the beautiful, the good, the sad, and the ugly from when I walk into somebody's house, if this is going to work out well for everybody or not so good. So the deal on the left there, that's, kind of a, nice basic display with a little layout, bunch of engines on display, that's okay. That looks pretty good. The second picture there, that's actually in Howard Zane's basement. He's got like the best club layout I've ever seen in his basement that he built himself. It's insane. But as you might guess, that is not built to come out of that basement. And as absolutely phenomenally gorgeous that it is, when the day comes to sell that house, that whole thing's going to have to come out of there with a saber saw, or it's just going to have to be cut apart. It's a shame. But the value isn't in selling that kind of stuff. It's the years and years of enjoyment of building it and sharing it with people. And so, that's the good side of it. And then again, on the better side, people that have, rooms of trains with higher quality trains and display cases, that's great. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for me, especially in the O gauge world, tons of people buy and buy and buy and buy, and they never use it. So that picture with all those purple boxes with high-end MTH stuff, that's great for resale. And then the last picture is the ugly, but you really can't tell why it's the ugly. But this was an O gauge deal up in Tennessee that we did, I don't know, a few years ago. And the guy custom painted by hand with a brush all his stuff, and he just basically destroyed it. I mean, most of that stuff, we parted it out. It was just awful. So I know nobody's going to do that in this audience, but that was certainly the ugly. So that's what I have, folks. I hope you've got a few questions for me. I'll be happy to answer whatever I can for you.
Thank you, Scott. There wasn't any questions in the chat yet, but those out there in the audience, if you do have questions, ask them, and we'll try to get them answered for you. But I've been coming up with some questions here that we could talk about.
Okay.
What about Facebook and there's a lot of swap and sell groups on there. Do you recommend using those, or is there any reason to stay away from them?
Yeah, and that's what I meant with the Facebook Marketplace, and it's the same as any online thing. Typically Facebook Marketplace, when I think about that, it's, somebody's going to come to your house. Okay. So depends, if you're cool with, a parade of people coming to your house, I think that's fine. You should be able to get a good price for the things. And the other good thing is, since we're talking about model trains, I think model train people in general are very trustworthy. So the idea of people coming to your house for that versus like selling a bunch of electronics or something else, I think would be okay. And you can ship stuff, via Facebook Marketplace as well. So I mean, it's a reasonably good option. It's a lot of work, but it's a reasonably good option.
With the eBay auctions, I think you mentioned something about staying away from the buy it now auctions. Is that the ones that you're looking at buying, or could you do that on your auctions?
Actually, we've done the opposite. For decades, we sold at 99-cent, no reserve auctions. And the market, the train buyer collector market has just, and I guess not just trains, but everything has changed to a matter of convenience. Okay. It's like, I really don't want to wait 4 more days for that auction to end. I just want it now. And I'm not really all that concerned about what it costs. I just want it, and I want it now. So we saw our prices declining because just not that many people were interested in screwing around. When eBay first started, it was the rage. It was like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. But that's changed. So we've switched our business model to sell things at a fixed price instead of auction. And eBay has seen that across the platform. Their mix of fixed price to auctions has changed, 100%. In the early days, it was like 100% auctions. And then, but now I think it's north of 80% fixed price, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm. Do you recommend, keeping an inventory spreadsheet, or doing like JMRI, or other inventory programs? And then what things that should you keep track of in those?
Absolutely. And especially if, something happens to you that you're not expecting to happen to you, and then somebody else has to deal with your train collection. So having an updated or an up-to-date inventory list, for yourself is great, but for your wife or your kids, it's a real lifesaver. Okay. And just helps to make that whole process of moving that collection on to the next person a whole lot easier. And plus, if you've got a substantial inventory, that's up in the tens of thousands of dollars, I certainly recommend that you have that insured as well. And to have it insured, you got to have an inventory list too. So.
When you're selling your collections, do you need to file, do any tax filing on those items as income at the end of the year if you sell them?
Oh, that's a great question. I get asked that a lot. The good news is no, because you are, unless you are have a crystal ball, I can just about guarantee that you are not making money on those trains you're selling. So it's a loss. But no, you don't have to. In any event, you don't need to report that as income on your taxes.
Okay. When you're doing like estimates on what to sell for your collection, Sorry, I'm trying to read this question here. I'll just read it. They asked, would you estimate that you offer about 25% of what you paid for all stuff, assuming all in reasonable condition and working?
Typically when we make our fixed price offers, we're making an offer at around 50% of what the current market value is. But I'm trying to think. Most of our business is in O gauge. I mean, although we do a significant amount. Well, actually, HO's our number 2 scale now. So I know last year we sold like over $2 million worth of HO stuff. So I don't mean to belittle that, and I don't know because I don't do much of it. We really do a lot of it. But I know in the O gauge world, and I think for certainly the better stuff in HO, it's probably reasonably accurate as well. That the current market value of most things that have been bought in, say, the last 20 years is around 60% of what you paid for. Okay. So if you paid $100 for, say, an engine, it's worth $60, which means I'm gonna offer you probably 30 or maybe 35. So you're looking at from a first cost perspective, probably in the 30 to 35% range, unless you've got some of those super great key pieces that have gone up or are just in high demand. And some of the things, they sell for what they sold for originally, or they sell for more. And so, that's going to go up. But if you bought a bunch of, Bachmann, horn hook, crappy, or not crappy, but just, regular old freight cars, 10 years ago, and you paid $10 a piece for them, I'm not going to pay you $3.60 for a Bachmann HO horn hook freight car, probably not in the box anymore too. So it varies. It can go all over the place, but my general rule is 60%, and then 50% is 60%, which is around 30%.
Okay. Should we keep our original boxes for these things so that way it would increase resale value later?
Typically, yes, but on low value stuff, it just doesn't matter. But certainly on the high value items, brass engines, any of your engines with DCC and sound and those kind of things, absolutely. Anything made by the better brands, like Rapido and, Walthers and Proto 2000 and Broadway Limited and all those kind of, higher end brands, so to speak, then yeah, absolutely.
I've seen a lot of, boxes, especially I think with the brass, the foam will wind up deteriorating over time. Does that seem to hurt the resale value of the engine?
Well, if you sell it with that deteriorated foam, nobody wants that. Yeah. So when we get that, we clean all that foam out. We kind of blow it all out of the engine, clean it all out of the engine because it generally gets all in there. Mm-hmm. And then we just, repack the engine in that box, with either some kind of a replacement foam or with peanuts or bubbles or something. So,
okay. What about, if you build your railroad in sections or modular, I could see you could easily remove it. Have you ever had success selling layouts, like complete layouts in sections?
No. I mean, good try, but actually, I've got a special needs son, and I bought a collection over in Lawrenceville, and the guy had a layout, and it's like, I don't want that, but it was kind of cool. It was a U-shaped layout, and it was built in sections, and it was on wheels, and he had like window hatches underneath, each of the 3 sections and connector plugs, and it's like, I think I'm going to take that and put it in my basement and see if I can't get my son to figure out how to, run the trains, and that'd be a lot of fun. So that's like the only one I've done, and then he really didn't get it anyway, so it didn't really work. But then when we finally were done with it, I couldn't sell it. I just had to cut it up and throw it out. It was really nicely done. I mean, you might, but it's just almost a needle in a haystack kind of thing to be able to find somebody to want that. I mean, I'd certainly try, but I always tell people it's like I just don't have time to fool with it. And especially since we're going all over the country to pick this stuff up, I don't really need to bring back, 2 4x8 sheets of plywood from California or something,
Of the collections, we've got rolling stock locomotives. are structures, are they a pretty good thing to sell, or do you get a lot of return on those as well, especially if they're really detailed and good
Yeah.
model?
I mean, the higher the quality and generally a kit, right? The higher the quality kit, like fine scale model kits, those are like gold, when you can find them unbuilt. Actually, I think we just bought a collection of like 300 of those, by the way.
Oh, wow.
But certainly if they're unbuilt, they're fantastic. If they're built, they're still really good. And actually, we've had pretty good luck with that because we ship those. And the best way to ship them is in peanuts. Actually, you don't really want to like bubble wrap around them because then you start breaking all the details and stuff. So you just put them in a box and then fill it up with peanuts and then sometimes double box them as well. But usually people that are buying those are serious modelers anyway. So if a few little things are broken or missing or bent, they'll just fix them. So for the most part, we don't have, believe it or not, we don't have a lot of problems with those.
Okay. Is there any brands of like locomotives, rolling stock, or anything that just don't sell that you would avoid, just even trying to bother with selling?
Yeah. And that's why we got the antique malls, because personally, I can't stand to throw things out. So it's like, okay, if I can still get a couple dollars for it and somebody's happy, woohoo, but I can't list that on eBay and sell it for $2. And I can't put 20 of them together and get $40. I put 20 of them together. Now I get $15. So, I mean, it's just aggravating. It just doesn't work. But those brands are like the mass market brands like Lifelike and Tyco and, just older Bachmann stuff that are just meant for, mass market and not really, modelers. And that stuff's just, it's a dime a dozen kind of thing.
Right. Okay. So how can people get a hold of you, if they have a collection that they want to sell?
The best thing is just to go to our website at trains.com, and that's TRAINZ. There's links all over the place for, sell your collection or buying. And on that, and actually we've built a whole nice website. A lot of this presentation or the same kind of content is there to kind of help people guide them through where they ought to go. But there you'll find our phone number, inventory form that we provide, email contact, everything that you need, and packing instructions. Just there's a lot of useful information there.
Okay, cool. Got one more question I skipped over before I got to the contact part. You mentioned a couple sites that require monthly payments or monthly, subscriptions to be on the site to sell. Do those sites, do you have to do a multi-month or a year subscription to be on them? Or
it's a la carte. It's a month at a time. So if you're going to be working on your stuff for a month, you can just buy it for a month and turn it off. So yeah, that's kind of nice.
Cool. Well, that's good. All right, Scott. Well, thank you for coming on and sharing with that. I think that's a good point that, that we should be thinking about in the future, because whoever has to deal with our collection may not know what it is and how much it is. So,
exactly.
And I've been looking at just doing an inventory sheet mainly just so I know what I have. And if you start out, I know some people have a huge collection, so it would just take years. But if you're starting out small and doing it now and putting a system in place, then, you could just keep adding on to it a little at a time and, do that.
And I should add too that, for really big collections, I fly all over the country for people that don't have inventories, and I'll inventory it and make them an offer. So that's another kind of service that we provide, but it's got to be tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff to get me to do that. So.
Make it worth your while. So
Cool.
Well, Thank you, Scott. And
all right, my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
All right. We'll stick around, and we got David Pop coming up next.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the NMRA Southeast Region Virtual Convention. I've got David Pop here with us. He's the executive producer for Kalmbach Media's track title group, including Trains, Model Railroader, Classic Trains, and Model Railroad Video Plus, and Classic Toy Trains magazine. He's a lifelong modeler and has built more than 30 layouts, both large and small. His current home layout project is the ON30 logging layout called the Olympia. Welcome, David Pop.
Brooks, thank you very much. I'm actually very excited to be here, largely because of the fact I was supposed to speak at the convention in June, which unfortunately was canceled due to COVID, but they invited me back to do this. And so this is really exciting. Because of the fact that I've been working in video for the last 10 years, I've actually taken all my clinics out of PowerPoint land, and I found that I can make much better clinics if I just put together finished video, because I can time lapse construction scenes and things like that, so speed it up so you can see what happens. Our most recent project, Railroad, in the magazine and for MR Video Plus was our N-Scale Canadian Canyon series. That ran about 18 months worth between both titles. And so I've created a video for you to basically explain, what it's like to build a Model Railroader magazine project railroad from start to finish. So, Speed, I think it's time to roll the film.
Let's see what happens.
I'm David Pop, producer for Model Railroader Video Plus and former managing editor of Model Railroader magazine. And welcome to our Canadian Canyons Project Railroad. This N-scale layout was built over the course of about a year and a half from 2017 into 2018. And it's appeared in Model Railroader magazine beginning in the January 2019 issue as our Project Railroad. And it's also appeared in more than 60 videos on Model Railroader Video Plus as part of our ongoing Canadian Canyons series. All right, so for those of you that are wondering, where do we get the inspiration for doing something like, well, what you see behind me here? The question or the answer to that really is, it comes from all sorts of different sources. For this particular layout, Drew Halverson, Kent Johnson, and Charlie Conway, who is one of our associate producers for Model Railroader Video Plus, were on a trip to Canada, British Columbia, to do some rail fanning along the Fraser and Thompson River canyons. And so in the about week that they spent out in that area, they not only rail fanned from the air, Charlie brought his Cessna 170 along for the chase, but also from the ground using various vehicles, and they rented a pontoon boat and did some train watching from Kamloops Lakes along part of their endeavors. When they brought all that footage back, Kent and Drew set to the work of editing all that stuff together to make 3 different episodes for Drew's Trackside Adventures, which is a regular feature on MR Video Plus. So you can find out more about the exploits of Drew, Charlie, and Kent on their Canadian adventure in the Canadian Canyon series. That would be Drew's Trackside Adventures episodes 29, 30, and 31 on MR Video Plus. Essentially, though, they came back with all of this footage of this beautiful mountain scenery, and it's really railroading in some of the most beautiful rugged country in North America. They brought all that footage back, and I started taking a look at not only that, but the photographs that Drew had shot when they were on the trip as well, and I realized that this could be a really cool opportunity to create a project railroad that kind of goes with this Trackside Adventure series that we created. So I started digging into how the line works, essentially, through that part of British Columbia. And really what you've got are parallel main lines between the CP and the CN. And in a fairly large stretch of the Fraser River and the Thompson River canyons, CN and CP use those as a joint main line. And so they use one for eastbound running and one for westbound running. And I thought, okay, well, that's great, because now we can pretty much put any train on any track as far as building a project railroad is concerned, so that you can have CN equipment with a CN train running on CP track and CP equipment running on CN tracks as well. Once I dug into it, though, I realized that we've got a couple of things here that really could be a problem for trying to make this into a project railroad. Item number 1 being that, okay, you're modeling mountain railroading. And so in mountain railroading, the scenery really does dwarf the trains. You get a really good idea of just how big a mountain is when you see, a locomotive and a string of cars working its way through it, and it really doesn't look like much of anything at all. So you got to capture that in some way, shape, or form in modeling work. And then the other problem was, while the line was known really well for a parade of trains, matter of fact, it's kind of a rail fan's paradise. You've got this lovely scenery to work with. You have very high frequency of trains, more than 30 a day, so it makes for easy, targets for going out and shooting photos and video. That doesn't necessarily translate into a very satisfying to operate model railroad, particularly since there are probably less than a handful of industries in about a 120-mile stretch of main line there. And so, as far as building that into a model railroad, that makes it kind of difficult to make it any fun for somebody to sit around and operate trains, to run the local out and switch town after town and things like that. So in order for this to work as a project railroad, I kind of had to rethink things a little bit. And I decided to take it from the approach of, instead of building a model railroad that's set up for operation, what if we built a model railroad instead that just kind of captures the flavor of Kent, Charlie, and Drew's experience? So this is sort of like a 3D version of a memory book, essentially, of things that Kent, Drew, and Charlie saw when they were on their trackside trek, chasing the trains through this lovely country. And what it kind of came down to is that they had certain locations that they would gravitate towards, that they could get good photographs from, that were accessible to them in a number of different ways and easy to get to, but also was very, very picturesque and had some kind of iconic features to it. Essentially what I did is I started the design work for the model railroad, picking 5 or 6 key locations, places that Drew, Charlie, and Kent kind of always gravitated towards, with the idea that we're going to create a railroad that is a rail fan layout, all right? So essentially, instead of modeling basically getting trains from point A to point B, and servicing the towns in between, really what we're doing here is I've taken 6 select scenes that they, captured on film and recreated them so that you're looking at each scene individually as you work your way around the railroad, and you see it kind of from the perspective of a rail fan. Okay, so it's basically standing trackside watching trains go by. So for instance, right behind me here, I've got the Fraser River scene. This is Cisco Bridge. It's CP's bridge across the river. And while we've had to kind of shorten things up quite a bit in order to get it to fit into model railroad form, when you watch trains run through the layout, you can stand here and pause and look at this scene, watch as the train goes through, and you really get the sense of what the prototype scene of Cisco Bridge across the Fraser River, what that really looks like. And so, it kind of brings back all of those memories that Drew, Kent, and Charlie had while they're looking at that scene. Likewise, then, as you work your way around the railroad, you'll find that we have other key scenes that we've modeled. There's Yale Tunnels, which is the scene that's right behind me over here. If you move over to this part of the model railroad, you wind up seeing Yale Tunnels, and you really don't see much of anything else of the layout itself. Part of that has to do with the fact that, well, we're fortunate in that the track work through those canyons is very serpentine, okay? So it snakes in and out of all these great tunnels and ravines and things like that. And what it does then is it really creates in its own light these isolated little vignettes where you look at trains, you watch them go through the scene, and then you can move on to the next scene, basically taking in the next picture in the slideshow as you work your way around the layout. So we've got Yale Tunnels over here in the corner. I've got Fraser River right behind me. We have the Cape Horn slide sheds on the CN that would be on the Thompson River. And then as we work our way around the railroad too, we have a key scene in Ashcroft, a key scene in Savannah, and then we also have a little bit of the Cherry Creek tunnels on Kamloops Lake, and that's where the guys used the pontoon boat to go chase trains because it's the only way you could get trackside on some of that stretch of railroad. So let's get a little bit into the design of the Canadian Canyons. Now, when people come through for tours, they always say, well, what's it like to play with trains all day? And usually we try to downplay that a little bit so that they don't think we're having too much fun. Because there is magazine editing work to do. There are, we have to do some photography work. As far as this is concerned, we have to shoot and edit video and things like that. But I have to admit that most days of the week when I drive into work, I am just amazed that there's a place on the planet that I can come and build model railroads all day and get paid for it, which is really wonderful. Since I've been at Model Railroader Magazine and Model Railroader Video Plus, I've been at Kalmbach now about almost going on 18 years at this point. I've gotten to design and build some really cool layouts, including the Beer Line, the Virginian, my own N-scale Naugatuck Valley, the Olympia, both versions of it. I've enjoyed that very much. Part of the fun of all of this is that, about every year or two, I get to go out, pick a new prototype, figure out what it's all about, and then come up with a way to synthesize that down into a model railroad that we can present on camera. And so that's kind of, the same thing went on with Canadian Canyons here. For Model Railroader Magazine and Model Railroader Video Plus, part of the challenge is always to present things in a new light, to make it fresh. When I first took the job here, Jim Kelly was the person who said, the first time you write about track, you're going to be like, oh, that's easy. The second time you write about laying track, you'll be like, oh, okay, well, I know that, it's old hat. The fifth or sixth time, though, you write about laying track, you're like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do that I haven't done before? Or what am I going to say that's going to be different to make this fresh so it seems like the first time I write about track? Particularly with MR Video Plus, we have the same problem because we, build a project railroad about every 12 to 18 months in order to provide new content for the website, to show you how to build benchwork, to how to lay track and things like that. The problem is that volume is all still sitting right there on the MR Video Plus website. So once I've shown you how to build L-girder benchwork, I really don't need to show you how to do that again because nothing has changed since the last time we built a layout using that. And so part of what we look for when creating a new model railroad is what are the subjects that we can cover that we haven't covered before. Now there's obviously some things that we're always going to have to do. We always have to ballast track, okay? That's a given. And Cody Grivno is probably the best person I know at ballasting track. Matter of fact, I love the fact that I can say, hey Cody, come ballast the track, because it is the least favorite job of model railroading that I do. So how do we make that different? How do we make that new? Well, part of it is we don't necessarily. We might use a different color. We might use a little different technique. If we're working in a different scale, obviously we're using different sizes of ballast. So we look for things that we can do there. But what we really do look for when designing a new project railroad is the big stuff. What are the big things that we could show that we haven't shown before? On Canadian Canyons, the one thing that I really, really wanted to do was to include a helix, because in the 5 or 6 years now that MR Video Plus has been running, we haven't shown you how to build a helix. Matter of fact, we really haven't visited that many layouts even that use a helix, and so we haven't shown you much about helix construction. So one of the things that is buried deep inside Canadian Canyons, actually it's on this side over here, is a very nice 5-turn helix with double track on it that gets us from the staging level, which is right down here behind me, all the way up to train layout level, and then takes you back down again going the other direction. So basically what it does is the whole layout forms a closed loop, which is ideal for a railfan railroad because we can just keep a constant parade of trains running in either direction by using that helix. And so that was one of the things that we hadn't shown that we really wanted to. Another thing is we really wanted to get into how to do mountain scenery. Now we've done mountain scenery for other railroads that we've built before, including the Thin Branch on the Virginian, did a little mountain scenery work on our Olympia Project Railroad, but that's kind of a microcosm. We needed mountain scenery here that was going to dwarf the trains. And so on this particular layout, we've got kind of our peak point here, which measures some 78 inches off of the floor. Okay, it's taller than I am. And so that is big mountain scenery. And we needed to show how to do that. Well, there's a bunch of different techniques we could use. As a matter of fact, I'll cover some of those in a little bit when we talk about it. But that was another thing that we had wanted to show. And so that's part of the reason why Canadian Canyons was an important project for us. A few other things that we wanted to cover in this layout were block detection and simple signaling, railroad control by using smartphones, show you multiple water techniques, showing you how to build your own simple trees, and how to build a double-deck layout that's portable. Years ago when I was sitting in Neil Basugalov's office, he had a copy of a German magazine and it had some track plan drawings in it. And the one that intrigued me the most was a plan that had a lower level staging area. It had a small helix built into it, and then you had the upper deck. The trick was that they had put it all in a 4x8 layout, and I couldn't believe that you could cram all that stuff in there and make it work. And so that was kind of, this project here was a way to test that theory out and see if we could make it work, and by golly, it does work. The beauty part is the finished railroad dimensions here. It's only 8 feet long by, at its widest point, where the L-shaped connection attaches to it is 5 foot 7 inches. But even in that size footprint, it's amazing how much model railroad, particularly in N scale, you can cram into that space. Once we had the design down and everybody had kind of signed off on it, then we got into the construction process. Now, I'm the first to admit that I love to draw things with pencil and paper to make sure it's all going to work. But this particular time, because the layout was so complex, I decided that, it's probably going to be good if I build a scale model. Now, I've built scale models of model railroads in the past just to kind of prove the point, but usually they were low detail models that didn't have a lot of information in them. But this time I really felt like in order to prove that we could do the helix, that we could do the split decks, that the framing would all work in order to make this thing come off the way it did, that I should build a model. So I built a 1 inch equals 1 foot model complete with bench work in order to test it. Now that model in my original plan, I will tell you, was only 7 feet long. It wasn't 8 feet long, because I thought, based on my drawings, we probably could make it work in that configuration. Once I started building the layout, though, and we began the series of videos and got into the bench work, the irony is every time Ben Lake would take a look at it, he's like, you're going to need another foot in there, it's too tight. You're going to need another foot in there, it's too tight. And well, this kind of went on like a broken record for a bit. After I'd gotten the framing work done for the lower level of the layout and started laying out on the plywood just on the shop floor as far as how the track arrangements were going to go, I realized that Ben Lake was absolutely right, because I couldn't get, first of all, the switch ladders in the staging yard to line up the way they needed to make it very easy and a good flow of traffic in and out of the layout. So we had to make some changes there. Also, in that time as well, Eric White had started doing the scratch building project for making the Cisco bridge. And he kept coming back to me saying, I need at least another 6 inches on this thing if I'm going to get 2 spans in, and not even the full 3. And so in digging around again and realizing what all of these things were going to work out like, I realized, yeah, guys, you're right. We need another foot. So very simply, before we had done any of the other work of cutting the plywood or attaching it or starting even on the helix, it was a simple matter of just cutting right through the middle of the benchwork, grafting in a whole nother foot, stretching the layout out a little bit, and then gluing and screwing everything back together in order to create a bigger railroad. And as a result, because of that little change, everything worked out the way it should. The staging yards flowed nicely. We had plenty of room for Eric's Cisco bridge model, and many other things benefited as well, including the fact that I had room to expand the size of the helix a little bit. The original helix was supposed to be a much smaller affair. Matter of fact, I had built a test out of cardboard and just foam blocks and ran some Kato Unitrack up around through it in order to see what type of locomotives we needed to pull trains, how many cars we could get up the helix, things like that. That helix had a grade that was higher than 2%. It came out to about 2.5%. And I realized at that time that that's going to be too steep for what we need to do, because it was taking 2 locomotives to pull 12 cars up that helix. By changing the size or the radius of the curves within the helix by just a couple of inches, suddenly I took that 2.5% grade down to a 1.9% grade on the tightest curve, the one that's on the inside, and it's a 1.7% grade on the outer curve. Suddenly we went from needing 2 locomotives to pull 12 cars up the helix. Now we could use 1 locomotive to pull as many as 18 cars up. And in a test with a Fox Valley Models locomotive, we were actually able to get 22 cars up the helix with a single engine on it. And so just by making that little bit of expansion, adding that foot into the center of the layout, we actually freed up a whole bunch of, or cleared up a whole bunch of other problems that we could have had by trying to make it too compact. One of the reasons why we build model railroads to the sizes that we do is that, well, our shop spaces here at Model Railroader Magazine are on the 2nd floor. And so when I first started working here, I was just dumbfounded over the fact that when they would build a project railroad, they would then take the project railroad and they would take 4 or 5 people and then carry it down the grand staircase and out the front of the building when they wanted to take it out to shows or displays, or sell it, get rid of it, things like that, which was just insane really when you think about the fact that you've got this big, heavy, unwieldy thing and you've got all these really valuable employees trying to haul it down the stairs and out when the elevator is right next to it. By making just some simple adjustments to the widths and lengths of things, as well as how high they sit up when they're on their legs, it actually proves to be very easy to build model railroads that can go straight into the elevator, right down to the 1st floor, and be wheeled right out without ever having to take it off its legs, without ever having to have anybody carry it over any stairway whatsoever. So part of the key for building Canadian Canyons here was that I couldn't exceed the 8-foot length. Anything longer than 8 feet won't go in that elevator. Likewise, anything wider than 46 inches can't get into the elevator either. So when we build a 4x8 layout for Model Railroader Magazine, what you probably don't know is that they're actually 46 inches wide, not 48 inches wide, all right? So that it can go in the elevator and be taken out easily. Canadian Canyons, because of the fact that it's L-shaped, it has a section on the back side that can be removed and separated from it so that both pieces can go in the elevator and be carried downstairs. For the Canadian Canyons project, I decided to use frame benchwork, and there are a couple of reasons for that. First of all, as much as I like the flexibility of L-girder benchwork, it wasn't really necessary for what we're going to do, particularly because this is such a compact layout. The other thing, though, is that I wanted the rigidity of frame benchwork simply because of the fact that most project railroads we build for MR wind up traveling at least a little bit, if not only to Trainfest, just down the road from us here at State Fairgrounds. So frame benchwork is what I wound up using for its, well, solid state necessarily. Now, one thing you may or may not know is that originally, when I designed the layout, this upper deck was supposed to be able to come off so that you would have complete access to the lower staging yard for being able to clean the track, for being able to, well, just make it easier to carry the model railroad around because, you know, you've got a big chunk of weight sitting here on top. When I built the layout, I built the upper deck with the idea still that it was going to be removable. It wasn't until I had gotten fairly well into the project, though, I realized that, you know, you not only have the connections with the track that you have to deal with in order to stitch the two sections of layout together, you would have all this scenery that suddenly would have a big seam running right down the middle of it. I didn't really want a fault line through our mountain scenery here. So ultimately what I wound up doing is leaving the upper deck attached to the layout. Actually, it's permanently attached. You can't remove it even if you wanted to. But in designing the upper deck, because I had originally planned it to be removable, basically what I did is I built a benchwork section in reverse. It has a plywood bottom to it, and then it has 1x2 framing on top of it to give it support for the idea that it could have been removed. And then all the scenery is built inside that, like it's been all dumped into a tray. Even if I were to build this over again with the idea that I wasn't going to make the upper deck removable, I think I would keep the tray anyway, because what that did for me is it served as a convenient way to keep all of the scenery material from the upper deck construction completely out of the staging tracks once we had laid them. So no plaster got down here, no resin from the water got down here, no foam dust from doing any of the rock work got down here, or ground foam or any of those things either, because it has this solid plywood base underneath it in order to just support everything and make it stay nice and contained. It also was convenient too because all of the wiring runs that run through here run through the tray and then into the central column that's underneath here that goes down to access all the electronics underneath. The wiring stays completely out of the way too, so that's not hanging down into staging either. So what you've got is a really nice clear open space all the way around the staging area. And even though this is a staging yard, it has a wonderful appearance by the time it's done because the upper deck just sort of magically floats above it. While we're on the subject of staging yard, I want to point out something that was kind of a problem to begin with, and we found a nice solution to it by the time we were done. The turnouts in the staging yard, we used Pico track throughout, and I'll explain a little bit more about why we use Pico track in a little bit. But basically, I've used Pico turnouts for years on various N-scale projects that I've done. And the one thing that anybody who's used Pico turnouts will eventually find out is that because of the fact that the point rails are where all your electrical contact is for going through not only the point rails, but then into the frog itself, even on the insulated frog turnouts, it can be set up to do that. Those point rails, it's just that itty-bitty little rail touching the other rail to make contact. Over time, scenery materials and other things can get in there, and suddenly you're not getting good contact. I thought of a clever way to get around that because of the fact that we're going to power all of the turnouts on the layout with tortoise switch motors anyway. And tortoise switch motors have those secondary contacts on them that can be used for lights and displays and other things like that, or also for routing power to frogs. I thought, why not just power not only the frogs, but we'll power also the point rails all the way back to the points themselves through those contacts. Because really, essentially, when the frog is thrown, or when the turnout is thrown to one route and the switch motor follows, it sets the polarity through those rails exactly how they should be. When it goes the other way, it does the same thing. Well, I thought that was a brilliant plan, and we wired it all up that way. And as soon as we started trying to activate those turnouts, we found out that we had all sorts of shorting issues. And the problem really came down to, eventually we figured it out, that the tortoise switch motor, as it threw from one position to the next, it would move those points. Now, N-scale switch points are much smaller and have smaller distances to travel than HO scale ones do, or O scale ones in the case of what I've been working with these days. But what that means is that the tortoise switch motor was actually getting the point rails over to touch the other rail, or the opposite rail, faster than it was switching internally to switch the power from one polarity on the frog to the other. So what we were doing is I was just simply creating this massive short because it would take a bit for that motor itself to make that mechanism change in order to make the contacts line up right. Well, what we wound up doing then is substituting our tortoise switch motor contacts for routing power to the frogs and the points, simply just by using then Tam Valley frog juicers to replace it. So one hex frog juicer under here does all 6 of the turnout points on the lower level, and then the upper level, depending on how many turnouts are in a group, either 1 or 2, then we used either frog juicer singles or frog juicer doubles in order to power all the rest of those. As soon as we put the frog juicers on, that problem went away completely. However, what it has done is it's made for very reliable operation through the switch points, and we haven't had a single problem since we made the conversion to the frog juicers. As I mentioned before, the layout has a 5-turn helix in it. That's how you get from the lower staging level up to the main level of the layout and then back down again. Now, for our helix project, there are a lot of ways you could build a helix. My favorite is still probably the simplest, and it's the stack and go method. By using MDF and tempered hardboard, I cut a whole bunch of little 2-inch by 2-inch cubes in order to get us the right rise for the helix for the tracks to be able to overlap each other. There is enough clearance inside the helix that once the roadbed and rail are laid down, that you can get a stack train in there and still have a little bit of room to maneuver in case you get a derailment and you have to reach in and clear it. The helix had to be built, as most helixes do, with putting a layer down first and then running the track on it, letting all of that track work glue and set, do all the wiring on it, and then continue on with the next layer of track work, or next layer, next track work, and keep going. The stack and go method, essentially. So basically what I was working on is a half turn of the helix in the morning. Everything would dry, take all the clamps off of it, build the next half of the helix that afternoon, let it dry overnight, come in the morning, take all the clamps off of it, and keep going. It took about a week and a half eventually to get all the way up to the top in order for our helix to function. I wanted to make sure that it was bulletproof because, as you can see, you can't see the helix actually. It's difficult to get into, and even though it has access straight up from inside of the layout, it's still very difficult, and at 2 inches it's hard to get your hand in there to do any type of re-railing. Typically something derails in the helix, it's far easier to go in and just remove the pieces, re-rail them elsewhere on the layout like in staging, and then try again. However, rarely does anything actually derail in the helix. It has proved to be very smooth running. And is a great method for building helixes. I probably wouldn't use any other. For the layout, we use Pico Code 55 N-scale track. Now, a lot of people say, well, why are you using the Pico track? Because really it's based on a European track, and the rails or the ties themselves are much larger than what you would see on typical American track. Matter of fact, you know, Microengineering and Atlas Code 55 Flex track all has a much finer detail to it. Well, the one reason that I like Pico track very much, actually there are 2 reasons that I like Pico track very much. First of all is that you can get curved turnouts. I use the curved turnouts quite a bit, and especially for a layout like this where there is hardly any straight track on it, curved turnouts are what we needed in order to get through much of our Thompson side where the one passing siding is on the layout. The other thing that I really like about the Pico track, particularly for this type of layout, is the fact that it has the double web rail, meaning that it's got, well, Code 55 profile that's showing, but buried down inside the tie strip then is yet another web and another foot of rail in order to create a very solid piece. Now for a layout that's going to travel quite a bit, the Pico works really, really well. I believe Eric used Atlas Code 55 rail on his bridge when he built it. That's the only place on the layout that doesn't have Pico track. Now we were fortunate in the fact that Pico track has both concrete tie and wood tie available, and so because of the fact that much of this particular main line that we were modeling here has concrete ties on it, we were able to use the Pico track throughout. That was another fun thing too, because that was something else we hadn't shown on MR Video Plus yet, is how to model mainline track that uses concrete tie. Cody did a great job coming in and doing the painting and weathering on it, particularly because he had to paint the rails separate from the ties in order to get it to look right. I really am pleased with the Pico track. Once it's ballasted and weathered up the way it should be, really when you look at it, your brain doesn't notice any difference. The fun part with Canadian Canyons is it gave us opportunities to present a whole bunch of different types of rock work that you could do on a model railroad, particularly since the rocks in the Thompson River section are much different than the rocks that are found in the Fraser River section. Rock molds to see what kind of detail you get. And I hadn't, but one of the things that I really like about Sculptamold is that it was a very easy method to do. Now, the Sculptamold does not produce the same crisp detail in the rock molds that your Hydrocal will, okay? So if you're looking for something that has really crisp, sharp detail, Sculptamold's not going to be the answer for you. However, Sculptamold gives you kind of this nice old rock look. You know how rocks get kind of that soft surface where it looks pretty pockmarked? Over years of moisture getting in there and then being frozen and popping out bits and pieces. It creates this wonderful soft surface look. And so for these particular rocks on this side of our Canadian Canyons layout, the technique worked out really well. In order to color the rocks, I did two things. First of all, I tinted the Sculptamold to start with using acrylic craft paints, usually an assortment of different grays and tans, but tinted it first so that even if this rock face here gets nicked, you don't get white plaster material underneath, you get the tinted Sculptamold underneath, and so it doesn't involve any real touch-up work as far as the life of the layout is concerned, which is especially good if you've got a layout that's going to travel some. Once the Sculptamold had dried completely then, I wound up painting the rest of the rock surface by doing some staining work with diluted acrylic paint and then coming back once the stain had dried and doing some dry brushing over the top to just bring out some highlights and details. The rocks at Kamloops Lake are very distinct and a lot different than the rocks that you see here at Fraser or the rocks on the rest of the Thompson River side too. So when Kent got into working on those rocks, he actually went to Mountains and Minutes foam flexible rock sections. He bought several different types of those, cut them up into little pieces, and then reassembled them within kind of this jagged landscape on the Kamloops Lake side of the layout. In addition to those, he needed some that were very low profile in order to fit into the hillside as it worked its way up and back into the layout. And so he switched up from using the foam rocks that he was using on the bottom of the layout to using pieces of Cripplebush rubber rock castings. Now these are just basically, it's like the foam rocks, except it's all made with a rubber material instead. It cuts very easily with the scissors. It works out very nice. Once he had all of those things into position and the caulk had dried, he came back with some Sculptamold and he filled in the places where there's the transition between the two and then used various knives in order to create, steak knife is his favorite, used various knives to kind of carve that Sculptamold while it was still wet to blend everything together. When he was done, Kent's favorite rock coloring material is the Woodland Scenics liquid pigments, in which can be diluted in water or applied almost straight from the bottle to give you kind of the different textures. He liberally brushed that over the whole surface and then came back and did some highlighting with just by doing some dry brushing. Kent used a different technique again when he was working on the rocks by the Cape Horn slide sheds. In this particular case, what he did is he took foam insulation board and then stacked it up on end and created the rough profile for the hillside first. Next, he came in with some steak knives again and cut in kind of the jagged strata that's on kind of a 45-degree angle across the face of the rocks in that particular location. He came back with a wire brush and a surform tool and then added some additional texture by pulling out bits and pieces of those rocks using those things. Once he had that in place, then he came back and slathered a very thinned layer of Sculptamold over the whole thing, and while the Sculptamold was wet, again he used various tools including knives and a spatula in order to form the various rock strata in order to get the finished appearance. Kent came back to color the rocks later after they had dried using the Woodland Scenics liquid pigments again. This time, however, he used a technique he calls leoparding, whereby he would mix up a particular color, use a foam brush to apply it this time, and just sponge it into various spots on random over the rocks, not covering the entire surface. He'd then change up to a different color, bring back a foam brush, and again sponge it on randomly, not covering the entire surface. So in some places you have the original Sculptamold with just its latex paint or its acrylic paint in it for coloration. In some places you have just one layer of Woodland Scenics pigment, and in other places you have multiple layers of the pigment creating different tones in the rocks. The end result is actually very realistic. The final set of rocks on the layout that have a unique appearance to them are those on the Thompson River side, especially by Ashcroft. Now, these are rocks that are standing almost vertically, and they are layered in such a way that you can see kind of where the tops of the striation are, and then they've been eroded away. To make these particular rocks, Kent started with Woodland Scenics profile boards set on end, so you had kind of the grooved finger approach. And he stacked those profile boards fairly deep, but staggered them as he went. Next, he broke off the tops of the profile boards to give kind of the jagged appearance, and then he came back with a surform tool to really rough up that surface to give it kind of a jagged effect. Once he was happy with how that looked and had vacuumed up all of the foam bits from that work, he came back and filled in the gaps using a special mixture of Sculptamold. This is not only Sculptamold this time mixed with the acrylic paint in it again for coloration, but also he put in a liberal amount of fine ballast in order to give it some gritty texture, because these particular rocks have a very sandy appearance to them. And so he slathered that material completely over those rocks, filled in the gaps, let it dry, and then came back and did pretty much the same painting technique he had used over on the Cape Horn side, again using the Woodland Scenics liquid pigments and the leoparding technique. So that is 4 different techniques for doing rock work just on one project railroad, and that's the type of thing that we're looking for when we do something like this, because I can tell you what, for the amount of time it took us to build all this scenery, we're not doing another mountain layout again anytime soon. Okay, from rocks then, let's move on to the rivers that run underneath them here. We have 3 different water scenes on the layout. We've got the Fraser River, which is a very muddy looking river. We have the Thompson River, which on the other hand has got a very nice glacial blue to it. Matter of fact, in many places you can see all the way to the bottom. And then you've got Kamloops Lake, which is a much bigger wide section of the Thompson River. But again, it has a different look to it, especially since it is so deep in many sections. All right, so let's start with Fraser. Now, for the Fraser River, I used a brand new product that I've never used before. It was Woodland Scenics Deep Pour Water System. It had just come on the market when we started this part of the layout. They make 2 versions of that. They make Deep Pour Water Murky, and they make Deep Pour Water Clear. In order to get that murky color then to it, I added their Woodland Scenics tint system, Yellow Silt, and put that into the water. When we poured it, you can see that 1/8 of an inch, there's very little that you can see down past the edges of the layout here. It worked out really well. The Fraser River has some areas of rapids on it, and so in order to create the rapid effect, I just used Woodland Scenics water ripples and stippled that on once the resin had dried. I like this product a lot because it's got a really nice rock hard finish to it, unlike some of the other resins I've used which stay kind of soft on top, so if you set something on top of them, they'll sink into it. This is never going to happen with this material. It is nice and solid by the time it's done. For the Thompson River, we wanted to see a little bit of the bottom, at least along the shoreline. There were certain places in the videos that Kent and Drew and Charlie had shot that you could see that exactly as it was, where you could see the rocks going down into the water. So I wanted to replicate some of that. Kent was nice enough to come in and put some scenery detail in as he was finishing the scenery around the Thompson River side that went down into the water a ways. Now, to make it look like the Thompson drops off into deeper water space then, I came back and used acrylic paint in various washes in order to create a deeper effect. It gets darker and darker the farther out you go into the river. To get that glacial blue, I brought in Drew Halverson, who is a pretty good expert on colors. And so we started with the Woodland Scenics Deep Pour Clear, and then we began adding various color tints to it until we could get kind of that turquoisey greenish blue that we were after. We poured that into the river, let it harden up, and I really like how the effect was at the end. The surface of the Thompson River looks a little different than the surface of the Fraser River. It doesn't have as many rapids on it, and so therefore I wanted something that looked gentler but still gave the illusion of water movement. I came back and used the Woodland Scenics water ripples. By applying this material over the entire surface liberally in nice little ripply wave patterns, I then came back following Woodland Scenics instructions by using a fine misting bottle filled with 70% isopropyl alcohol and sprayed it lightly over the top. What that does is it rounds off all of the little peaks that are created as you brush the water material on, and then eventually you get this nice little ripple effect over the top. Now, Kamloops Lake looks a lot like the Thompson River, and I could have used the resin material here as well. The problem is, on our layout, Kamloops Lake actually is split between the two sections of the railroad, the bump out that makes the L and the main body of the railroad. In order to pour the resin between the two, it would require a lot of handiwork in order to make sure that it all came out nice and even so you wouldn't notice so badly, at least the join between the two sections. That wasn't going to work here. So instead, what I wound up doing is going back to my old friend plexiglass. I'd used plexiglass before on various other projects, and it can be used to great effect. In this particular case, though, I needed it tinted to the color approximately of what the Kamloops Lake looks like, which is that nice glacial blue again. After doing some experimenting, I used two different types of spray paint, a nice kind of aqua blue and something that was a little more along the lines of an army green, and then misted the back of my cut plexiglass that was going to fit in that location with the spray paint. I didn't put a complete coat of either color on, but put a light misting of one color on first, and then a light misting over that yet in order to complete it. After letting it dry, I installed the sections on the layout over the top of black styrene in order to give the illusion of depth, because you could still see part way through that plexiglass even with the paint misted on the back. Once I had glued all that back in place with clear adhesive caulk, then I came in and finished the scenery around it, including the banks, and then Eric White came in and finished his Cherry Creek Tunnel section with its distinct rock walls. Once the scenery material had dried, I could come back and peel off the remaining plastic protective film from the plexiglass and then apply more Woodland Scenics Wave Effects material. This is a nice pasty material that you can move on with a brush, and then once it dries, you can come back and highlight some of the tips of the waves with a little white paint in order to create kind of, well, that, broken water or wave effect. To finish the scene up, Eric White found a little N-scale pontoon boat on Shapeways, which he built, painted, and then added figures for Charlie, Kent, and Drew in order to represent them on their trek on Kamloops Lake, filming trains at Cherry Creek Tunnels. So that gives you a little insight into how we designed and built our Canadian Canyons Project Railroad. Now, for more information on this particular series, you can begin in Model Railroader Magazine with the January 2019 issue, where we kick the whole thing off and I explain quite a bit of the stuff that I've covered here today. Or you can subscribe to MR Video Plus. We have more than 60 videos in that particular series that cover construction all the way from the point of starting with the bench work to the finished scenery as you see it now. Ben Lake has a few things to finish up yet with the signaling system to get it fully operational. But he installed on this layout not only a Digitrack system as well as a push-button control system for operating all of the turnouts within the yard ladders, block detection system, and he installed a Raspberry Pi with its own Wi-Fi link so that you can use your smartphone to run the railroad not only from in here, but all the way down the hall. As a matter of fact, Ben is fond of dispatching trains on the layout, sitting in his office at the other end of the building. All right, so hopefully that answers your questions today on Canadian Canyons, and thank you for watching.
So Brooks, are you going to talk?
I think so. Yeah. So welcome back. That was a great video, David.
Thank you.
So I've got a few questions in the chat. The chat said most of the questions been answered in the video. So I guess you put together a really good video then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is there any way to do a bench test a decoder before putting it either in the locomotive or on the layout if you're doing an accessory decoder?
Okay, if you're doing an accessory decoder, yes, Ben actually, he's the guy that does all the electronics on these things for us. As I told you, Brooks, off air, basically, we get beyond the 8 wires that come out of the NMRA decoder, and I'm like, okay, what am I doing? conventions. But Ben is the one that does all that. And he did actually set everything up on the workbench using JMRI to run it all, to check everything out first before we ever loaded anything into the layout. And so, yes, there are ways to do that. And I believe if you, and I hate to put the plug in here, but if you go to MR Video Plus and you look for the Canadian Canyon series and you find Ben's signaling series on there, he walks you through all the steps on how to set all that stuff up.
Okay, cool. So you used frog juicers in this layout on the turnouts, and you're also using tortoises. What's the reason for using the frog juicers over the contact points on the tortoise? How hard do they install, and do you recommend using them for people that want to put them in their switches there?
Okay, so let's take it one piece at a time.
Yeah.
Frog juicers or the tortoise both will work just fine if you're powering only the frog. The problem I ran into on the Canadian Canyons layout is because the Pico turnouts, those switch points where they make connection to the contact rail, that's a spotty connection at best. And so what I did is I thought I could circumvent it by simply powering not only the frog, but through the point rails as well. And the tortoise switch motors just didn't switch fast enough. So the point rail was actually making contact to the stock rail. It would create a short circuit before the tortoise switch motor's internal mechanism could switch that single pole double throw switch from one polarity to the next. And so what we had to do is disconnect all the stuff we had hooked up on the tortoise for those, and then go with the frog juicers. And the frog juicers are actually very, very simple to hook up. It's 2 wires in from your DCC bus, and then single wires out to each of the frogs. And as long as the frog is isolated from the rest of the track in some way, shape, or form, you're good to go. So that's an easy deal.
Cool. Well, I've been a subscriber to the MRVP, and I love the little project layouts that y'all do and how they're compact and everything. What do you do? How do you come up with the plan or an idea of what to build on these layouts?
Actually, that's kind of the fun thing. One of the really fun things that I get to do, and that is a lot of the time, the ideas for these project railroads come strictly from my digging through books or photo files when I'm doing product reviews, when I'm working on articles for other things, and I come across stuff. The Winston-Salem southbound layout that we made for MR Video Plus and then ran in MR is a perfect example of that. I was actually digging through some files looking for some logging photos for another project I was working on, and I stumbled across a file folder we had that was from an article that ran in a 1950s era Trains magazine about the Winston-Salem southbound. And I'm like, I've never heard of this railroad before. And I started looking at the photos, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so modelable. It's crazy what you could do with it. And so that led me on the paper trail to start digging around. And sure enough, I'm like, okay, this is our next project railroad. So they give me a lot of latitude. I have been very blessed in the fact that, I've designed most of the project railroads we've done, at least in the last 15 years, for both MR and MR Video Plus. And they give me a ton of latitude to just go out, find something cool that's different, that shows different things. I think I stressed that in the video quite heavily. We try to show different things with each one, so it's not always the same old. And so that's where a lot of that comes from.
Cool. Well, you've got the ON30 Olympia layout in there. That was a project layout on the MRVP a couple years back, right?
Yes. We started out with, and the whole premise behind this was, if I were to retire and I were going to be in a condo the size of the small little condo that we rent when we go on vacation, what kind of model railroad could I still do? And so that project kind of grew out of that concept. At the same time, I'd been at the NMRA convention in Atlanta, and I had seen two different railroads there. I had seen oh my gosh, now I'm drawing a total blank. This is usually what happens to me, draw a total blank. Anyway, I saw 2 different layouts there that were built in nice little shadow box display cases, and I thought, hey, this is really cool. I also have an interest in British modeling, and I read a lot of the British tabloids for modeling projects, and I love their use of sector plates and transfer tables and everything else as back scene stuff, so that you can get trains in and out of small spaces easily. So I combined all that stuff together to throw the Olympia project together, and Kent Johnson helped me out quite a bit with that as well. We finished that layout, and it sat around in MR's offices like most of the project railroads do, and because of the fact that it was so small, we didn't really have any other use for it. And when we needed to move another layout into the hallway after we'd finished it, I think it was Winston-Salem southbound, as a matter of fact, I'm like, one of these has got to go. So I decided, you know what, I didn't have a home layout at the time. I'll take it home. Let's try and expand it and make it bigger. And it blew up from there. As all these things do, you know. Railroading, it's very much like real railroading. The more track we can lay, the farther we can get, the more industries we can serve, the more trains we can run, and hopefully the more money we make.
Yeah.
You know, model railroading isn't all about making money at all. Actually, it's about giving money out. But
yeah. Yeah. I think if we could make money with our railroads, we probably would have bigger railroads than we do. You know,
we would. If we could find someone who would pay us to, you know, ship things for them.
So you had a layout. I think when I first saw you on, I don't remember which videos. It probably was the Dream Plan Build video series. You had the Naugatuck Valley, right?
Yeah, my New Haven layout, I had that for 10 years. And that was a layout that started, again, as a little project railroad that I had done specifically for the magazine. When I first moved out to Wisconsin to take the job at Kalmbach, I started the Naugatuck just as a layout on a door on a folding table, essentially. And the idea was I was going to write a little series of articles of how to build a model railroad in your apartment and still get your security deposit back when you're done. So that's kind of how that layout started. And I pretty much finished it up there before we had built our house then and moved. And it came with, and I had every intention of starting in, I had a very large basement-sized Sioux line layout where we had used to live before I moved to Wisconsin. I had every intention of going back to that. But the Naugatuck kind of just hung around. And eventually I came up with plans for how to expand it, did a lot more research on it, found there was more cool stuff to model and everything else. And so, yeah, over a 10-year period, it just kind of sprawled all over the place. And
you don't have that one anymore. You had to tear that down, right?
Actually, you know what? I found some guy in Indiana who was
cool.
interested in model railroading, and he paid me a couple of bucks, and he came up with a trailer and hauled it off. And I never heard from him again, which is probably a good thing. But he was all excited to have it, though he told me his wife's car was going to have to move out of the garage for where he was going to put it. I don't know how that conversation ended.
Oh man, well, we enjoyed having you on, David, and I would recommend that anybody to go check out the MRVP Model Railroader Video Plus. I'm a subscriber to it, and it's been great, and especially you know, I have a hard time reading a lot, so by watching things on video, you know, it's visual learning is great, and it's really inspired me to, you know, get out there and do stuff. So.
All right. Thank you, Brooks. This has been wonderful. I've had a great time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, David. I just want to announce to the crowd that we are going to stop the live stream and restart it at 1 o'clock Eastern time. So please go to YouTube and Facebook and find the new stream when it goes live. Thank you much.
See ya.